Welcome, everybody. Please take your seats. We're about to begin the Iowa Smart Ag program, and that we've all heard about and are excited about sharing messages and those kind of things. My name's Ray Gasser. I co-chair with Kelly Blair. Kelly, where are you at anyway? And Brian Sievers. And Brian couldn't be here because Senator Grassley needed him. There's Kelly in the back. So he's testifying in Washington, D.C. for the finance, finance committee there. So really excited about those opportunities for him. Do we have my picture up there of our, there we go. So we're talking about circular, and being more circular in Iowa, and as we think about agriculture. And this is our farm just south of our house. And we've been no-till for 30 years. We've been growing, 3,000 or more acres of cover crops every year for the last 5 or 6, and 10 years experience growing cover crops. But the last couple of years, we've worked with our neighbors that have cows to graze our cover crops and graze our stalks at the same time. And if you look in the background, we have wind energy there. And if you could see a little further, about 14 miles to the west would be our ethanol plant and a small solar farm over that way. So, we want to talk about using and reusing what we have and taking advantage of the ecosystem and the mother nature that we have around us, and think about how we can make those things work and make our communities better, make our farms stronger, and just be more profitable at the same time. And that's our message here for Iowa Smart Agriculture. We started 4 years ago at our farm with some of you in the group that were there, and built from there and grew to, we had 90 at a meeting about 3 years ago in November. And then from there, we had about 30 that really stayed with us and helped us develop the message for the white paper that you have on with you there. So we really want to thank those folks for doing that. And I just want to read our opening statement, the Iowa Smart Vision for Agriculture. To manage Iowa's working landscapes, to satisfy and sustainably provide an abundance of food, feed, fiber, and energy, while concurrently protecting and building soil, the health in our soil, filtering and storing water, sequestering carbon, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and ensuring economically compelling opportunities for our livestock producers, farmers, their families, and communities. And I think that's the goal of all of us. And our message today is, let's think about how we can be more efficient, how we can be more circular, how we can help our communities and create opportunities for those next generations who are here now. And thanks to FFA for being here. So anyway, that's kind of what our message is today. We're always learning. We're striving to make a living for our families. And we do have an obligation, I think, to protect our soil, build our soil health, clean our water, and feed everyone. To me, smart agriculture is really, relearning the practices that have proven successful and adapting and adopting the technologies that accomplish the goals of healthy soil and clean water and feeding everyone. So that's what we're about today. Today, we're going to really hear from folks who are adapting and adopting practices on their farms. We're going to hear from researchers. We're going to hear from innovators and leaders about opportunities. And that's what we want to think about. What are the opportunities for our future and our next generations? So I would really want to thank some of the folks that are involved. Some of you that have been on our team from the start, would you stand up, please? I know Neil and Matt and Jeff has been involved, and Jason, where are you at? So yeah, there you are. So anyway, thanks for helping us, and thanks for being part of this. So we really appreciate that. Really want to thank Ernie Shea and Solutions from the Land, who really is our national organization that helped us get started. And we're one of 7 states around the nation now that have a smart agriculture program, including Florida, Missouri, Indiana, North Carolina, Ohio. Fred's here from Ohio. He's the co-chair of our our global organization. And Lois, we don't want to forget Lois. I mean, she has been so helpful in writing our message and making our message readable and really telling what it is and bringing that out in us. And we can't thank you enough, Lois, for that. So anyway, also our major supporting partners, we'd really like to thank those, including Raceline, who we'll hear from, the Iowa Department of Economic Development, and the World Food Prize for donating this facility and a little bit of financial help. And we really want to thank you all of our supporters. Thank you a lot. So with that, we'll get on to our program. And Natalie is here from the World Food Prize to just tell you a little bit about the facility, and there'll be opportunities for tours at the end of the program today, if you'd like.
Thank you, Ray. On the behalf of Ambassador Branstad, who's not able to be here today, thank you so much for coming. Quick raise of hands. How many of you know the World Food Prize Foundation? Awesome. That's great. How many of you have been in the building before? Wow, that is amazing. Well, if you haven't, a quick history on the building. This was actually the old Des Moines City Library. So if you come in the east doors, you'll actually see a sign that says City Library. And in this room used to be the stacks. If you remember at university going to the stacks to study, there's were stacks, and actually the glass balcony right there was the second story. So this was an educational facility. And to this day, we aim to have education throughout all of our programming here at the World Food Prize. And we do that through 3 main ways. One is through awards, the World Food Prize and the Borlaug Field Award. The second way is through our programming, which I'm on the International Dialogues team. We host a number of events, and also through our youth programming. If you haven't heard about any of those, I highly encourage you to check them out. Through our awardees, our World Food Prize, we actually just announced it. Heidi Kuhn is our 2023 World Food Prize recipient, and she worked on demining and taking away unexploded ordinances in conflict areas and rejuvenating them into agricultural productivity for the land, which is something, especially in this day and age, is very, very important. She worked in Afghanistan, Croatia, and several other countries around the world. And then we also have our Borlaug Field Award, which will be announced this summer. And that is for young researchers under the age of 40 who are doing great work that maybe aren't quite far enough in their career to be awarded the World Food Prize. So that's one area of our work. My favorite area is the International Dialogues team. That's my team. And we host the Norman E. Borlaug International Dialogue every year. Registration is open now, little touch point there. And there we bring in experts in policy, in the public sector, private sector, NGOs, academia, to really bring unique partnerships together. And we're going to be showcasing some of those here this fall in October at the Iowa Event Center, which is right down the street. And we also do digital dialogues and other programming to help our laureates and our BFA winners share their work, and our council of advisors and board members share their work, because they're on our council or board for their expertise, and so we really like to show them off. So please look into that. And then our other programming, which as a young person is very important to me, is our youth programming. We touch over 10,000 students every year at over 28 universities, and I believe 2 or 3 universities internationally, hosted with the universities. And Dan Robestein, thank you so much to Iowa State for hosting the Iowa Youth Institute. That's very successful every year. Those students learn about agriculture and food security that are high school aged, a very important moment in their life, and sometimes middle school. That's very important for learning about food security. So when they go to college, they know about these opportunities. So that's one of our favorite programming. So we really try to make an impact, just like Iowa Smart Agriculture, with sustainability through youth impact, through awarding those who are doing excellent work, and through continuing education and bringing together partners to share our knowledge and resources, because we can't do it alone for our work and sustainably feeding the world. through agriculture and food security. And later today, you will be able to see the Hall of Laureates, and our amazing Kate Lavasser, the archivist and kind of building manager, will be here for questions. Just in this room alone, you have our namesake, Norman Borlaug, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, the Congressional Medal of Honor, and the Presidential Prize. And also around the room, you'll see some gold medal bowls around. And there's 10 of them, and each one has, except for one, has something that a World Food Prize awardee has worked on: crop protection, genetics, etc. And there's one in the back of the room that is empty, that is for the next innovation around the world. So that's just kind of a tidbit and an introduction that every part of this building has amazing history, and every part was built on something on food security or agriculture that inspires you, hopefully, to keep on doing this good work. So if you have any questions about the World Food Prize, please let me know. Welcome to Des Moines, welcome to the Hall of Laureates, and I'll turn it over to Ray.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalie. You know, and Kelly reminded me that, you know, in this program, we've had to adapt a little bit and adopt something a little bit different. And now Natalie did a great job, you know, replacing, and thanks a lot for that. You'll see a few other things in our program that we had to adapt because some of our folks had, you know, special needs that they had to go to other projects around the globe. So we're missing a few people here that we had on our agenda. And at this time, Dan Roberson, the Dean of the Iowa State University College of Agriculture, Brad. Thanks, Dan. And I don't know if you need an introduction or not, but thanks for being here. Thanks for all the work that you've done to help us with Iowa Smart Agriculture.
Thank you, Ray. It's a pleasure to see everybody this morning. This is going to be an exciting day, lots of interesting conversation. I am Dan Robeson. I have the privilege of being the Dean of the Iowa State University College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, which is just up the road, as you all know, or I think you all know. And we are happy to be the source of information, to be the recipients of your ideas, that you trust your daughters and sons to us as students, and your granddaughters and grandsons. And we are always thinking about the future. This is what we do at university. It's what we do best. Our sweet spots are teaching, research, and extension and outreach. And this kind of work that the Iowa Smart Agriculture Group is doing is right in our portfolio. We have been involved with Ray Gasser and Ernie Shea and others right from the start, supportive of this idea to bring together people to talk about what's happening in the world of agriculture and how to continually make it better. You know, Ray introduced what the Iowa Smart Ag Group is all about, what the outlook is. Let me add just a little bit of another way of saying the same thing. I was impressed right from the start by this group and the idea behind it, because this is not a group about a thing, it's a group about a process. It's a process to start a dialogue, to continue a dialogue, to have listening sessions, to bring people together to talk about where innovations are. It's a big tent dialogue, right? That stretches all across the realm of agriculture, whether it's for food or feed or fuel, whatever it might be. It's about how we manage our soils, how we think about the future, and what our goals are for making the world a better place. That is what we do at the university. That's what Iowa Smart Ag is all about. And to have a group like this assemble and to think about where we go is the right thing to do. So I'm really thrilled to be here. I also bring you greetings on behalf of Iowa State University. We have 5,000 students in our college and almost 1,000 faculty and staff, and every day they're working on topics that are relevant to you and to this work. We're a comprehensive college, so we cover the broad range of topics from agricultural economics all the way through to biotechnology and animal science and horticulture and soils and water quality and everything in between. And we intend to keep doing that on your behalf, on behalf of the state of Iowa and our land grant mission. And these kinds of venues, these kinds of conversations help us know better how to focus our work going forward. I do want to take an opportunity and give a couple of shout outs, actually ask the people that I get to work with to stand up and shout out. And I want to start with my extension colleagues. If extension colleagues here would stand up, and you don't have a microphone, but without that, I'm sure you can call out and introduce yourselves to the group, please. So these are the people. Oh, well, I was going to get to you in a minute, Jay. All right. So other faculty. So Jay, extension sociologist, Lisa. Anybody else here from the group? Yeah. Thank you, Raj. Who else I got? Ken Moore. Great. Help me out. Rick. Okay, and Rick Cruz. Where is Rick? Someone said, Rick, there you are.
Rick Cruz, tired professor of
Great. All right. So these are the people who do the work at the university. Find them during the day and talk to them. Our extension colleagues in particular, all out across the state, talking to farmers, talking to stakeholders and clients and so on. If you have ideas, find them, chat with them. There's also a whole series of field days coming up at our experiment stations around the state. June is full of field days. Those are great opportunities to see what's latest and greatest on those farms, what our faculty and extension specialists are thinking about, and for you to relate to them what you're thinking about. So reach out and find those fine folks during the day today and bring them into your circle, into your conversation. So with that, I'm going to stop and we'll start into the program. Thrilled to be here, happy to participate in these conversations, and nice to see you all. Thanks so much.
Okay, so next up is Sashi Menon. Sashi is the CEO of Echo Engineers, a consulting, audit, and advisory firm helping companies navigate the energy transition. He holds more than 25 years of experience in strategy, finance, investments, and renewable energy consulting. Sashi founded Echo Engineers in 2009 to steer low carbon fuel startups through the complexities of emerging energy regulations in the United States and Europe. Today, he leads a global team of engineers, scientists, auditors, consultants, and researchers with deep expertise in climate policy, carbon markets, and alternative solutions to sustainably meet human energy demands. Sashi, you're up. Thank you and welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
Take this. That works. Yeah, good morning. And thank you, Ray, for those kind words. It's always longer when you hear someone else say it. I'm Shashi. It's just a pleasure to be here. Really honored to be invited by Ray and Brian and Ernie and Kelly, who showed me some of the amazing work that's happening with Solutions from the Land and Iowa Smart Agricultural Group. I'm not a farmer, and I'm not here to tell anyone how to farm better. I grew up in a very urban environment in India, and as a child, and then we moved to Chicago, again, another huge, very urban environment. But what I do know is like a good set of values that that believe that we need to preserve and protect the source of all the food that we eat. And so when they talk about circular systems and regenerative agriculture, it immediately touched a good place in my heart. And over the past 15 years with Eco Engineers, as the head of Eco Engineers, and we're just down the road, we're an advisory and consulting firm. We've been working with hundreds of companies that are trying to decarbonize and change the way they do business, not just farming, across the refining, fuels production, plastic production, building materials. They're all trying to do this. So when Ray and the rest of the team talked about what work they're doing, the thing that really occurred to me is how there's a greater story that's happening right now, how the whole set of values of the world we live in is shifting in a good way. And and that shift is really, it's almost historic in the sense that if this continues and this trend continues on a hockey stick as it's going, then we could potentially see like a nice, like a movement where we kind of have full like a change in human values and how we treat this whole idea of take, make, and dispose that's addressed in the linear form of development to something that is more circular, more holistic. So I'm going to just talk about that and how I'm seeing carbon markets and other markets, payments for ecosystem services develop, and how what's really like the direction this is all going. Right now, carbon markets are financing a big part of a lot of change that is happening in society around us with the clean fuel adoption, ESG goals or whatever else that you're hearing out there. A lot of it is being financed by carbon markets, which a lot of it is subsidized. They're government programs. And that's not sustainable. At least in my opinion, that's not sustainable. So we have to get to a point where these markets are independent and free. And in order to do that, they need to connect these ecosystem services and the value they bring all the way down to the consumer. And that has to happen through product labeling. And fundamentally, like, just as you see product labels that talk about organic or bio, we need to have comprehensive systems that take that quantify and articulate the value of these ecosystem services all the way down to the product level. And then we have a free and sort of like an unsubsidized marketplace where people pay extra. And when I go to Whole Foods, I'll pay like, $2 extra for cage-free eggs. I mean, I don't really know if I never see those chickens. I don't know if they're in cages or not, but it makes me feel better. So we need to get to a place where consumers are truly like spending their money where their heart is. And that money is flowing back to farmers like Ray, who are actually doing something different on their farms. So I have a few slides here and we'll run through them. And I think this is how I use them. Okay. So first thing I want to do to show like there's a shift in values that we are sort of experiencing right now in society is share with you a video. It's a video I saw on a flight on United Airlines a couple weeks ago. And if you fly United, you may be familiar with this. United has hired Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street as its chief sustainability officer.
Hey, Oscar.
Scram!
I wanted to see how your first day is going.
Oh, absolutely rotten.
Are you going to eat that?
Well, yeah, it's called a garbage can, not a garbage can't.
True. There's a lot of things garbage can do.
Yeah, I know. Trash expert here.
Did you know there's waste that can be turned into this thing called sustainable aviation fuel, an alternative to normal jet fuel that can help fly a plane with reduced life cycle emissions?
Trash? Fly a plane? Sounds like a bunch of old baloney to me. Ah, that's what this is missing.
That's where you come in. Together, we can help get more people passionate about trash and build towards a future where everyone flies with SAF.
What kind of trash we talking here?
Stuff like leftover cooking oil and grease.
Make people love trash. Got it.
Oh, I made you something.
Ah, looks like garbage. I love it. Yeah. Look at that.
So that video is being watched by, I think United has 9 million people or so flying in a month. So you're talking about 300,000 people a day when they strap in, they're watching this video. And it's amazing. Like what struck me is all the words in that video that's entering mainstream media, mainstream language right now. I mean, these are words like we were struggling to pronounce like 10 years ago, like decarbonization or sustainable aviation fuel, waste to energy, biogas, life cycle emissions. These concepts didn't even exist 10 years ago, but now this is entering mainstream media. The other thing I wanted to share with you was I drove to St. Louis last week and we stopped in Hannibal, Missouri. I'm not sure many of you are familiar with it. It's a small, beautiful town on the Mississippi, home of Mark Twain. And but what did we see in Hannibal, Missouri? 6 Tesla charging stations. It really surprised me. I mean, I didn't realize that Tesla charging stations were taken over, smaller towns like Hannibal, Missouri. I would have expected them in the more urban centers. So this again, like 10 years ago, we couldn't have imagined this, but this shift is happening. And even from a corporate sector, like carbon markets that are funding this is what's really funding this unprecedented growth. Now, you may have seen in the news that the federal government has 369 billion being spent on tax credits. The European Union has done something even more sort of radical. they have actually legislated a border tax based on the carbon intensity of a product. So this is going to go into effect in 2026. And right now they're going to start the reporting period. So that and the initial set of industries that are impacted are iron and steel, fertilizers, chemicals, and there's like a few select ones. And they have about 2 years to start reporting this data. So this means that anybody who's importing like a crate of nuts or bolts in Rotterdam in Europe, they have to start reporting what is the carbon intensity of that. And if it's higher than a certain threshold, there is a tax that they have to pay to prevent leakage. So this is unprecedented. And the World Bank, according to the World Bank Group, there's about 95 billion that was raised in regulated carbon markets in the world. So there's like a huge amount of money that's flowing into this, that's financing this, like Tesla charging stations, financing sustainable aviation fuels, and financing for companies like United and others to decarbonize and create infrastructure. Investors in the private sector are asking for risk-averse governance. This is a new term. There may have been some, you may have seen there's some backlash against ESG and ESG reporting. And people are quick to adapt. So ESG is not the preferred term anymore because no one wants to be associated with that. But people do want risk-free governance. They want boardrooms and executive management to keep an eye out for what's coming around the corner and making sure the companies are protected, the shareholder values are protected. So again, this is another proof that this trend is here to stay. It's not going away. People are recognizing that there is a threat that is possibly coming from whether real or imagined is still a threat, and you have to do something about it. Just 2 weeks ago, I talked to someone who did climate modeling for a commercial juice manufacturer. And after they did the climate modeling, they were doing a site selection due diligence. And after they did the climate modeling, they changed their mind about the site. They dropped the site because there was a higher probability of extreme weather events at that site. And they packed up and they moved to another site. So this is real. I mean, people are actually saying, hey, I'm going to practice risk-averse governance, and I'm going to do these things, and I'm going to make the best business decisions that will protect my investments. What about consumers? Like, consumers are the most fickle, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later. But overall, the consistent trend is that consumers want to be aligned with companies that are doing good, that are a force of good. It's more so in the younger generation, like close to 80%. As you get older, like me, like, you start getting more like apathetic. But overall, we're seeing that trend is here to stay. So this is the outlines of the new sort of world order that I think we are entering. And this is also kind of like, it touches at the heart of a lot of the work that Solutions from the Land and Iowa Smart Agricultural Group is doing. We're talking about a circular economy. We're talking about payments for ecosystem services. We're talking about corporate commitments to stewardship, capital flows towards sustainable practices, new infrastructure being built, new consumer spending preferences, and new vocabulary that's entering mainstream media. And this is impacting every sector around us. And everybody is making sustainability claims, and everybody is saying, hey, how can I make sure that I'm not going to be impacted by this? This new world order, it's a big phrase to use, but I'm venturing to use that here. It's essentially what we're talking about with with Solutions from the Land, like human beings being in the middle of an ecosystem from which we can take, but at the same time, we can give back and regenerate and live within sustainably for long periods of time. 4 things we have to know. What is climate risk analysis and how to do it? What are carbon markets and how are they working? What climate policies are coming around the corner at us? And what are the emerging practices that are going to win? And these 4 things are like an absolute mandate for everybody who is a leader in any corporations to stay on top of. So I'm going to talk a little bit about carbon markets, because carbon markets are instrumental in financing a lot of these change that's happening. So fundamentally, and many of you may know this, company A wants to offset or wants to do something, reduce their emissions. They have some sort of a sustainability or net zero goal. So they finance and operations at company B, and company B goes around and like reduces the emissions or removes carbon from the air, sequesters carbon. And company B then hands over the rights, the environmental rights, back to company A for the payment. So it's essentially a finance mechanism. These finance mechanisms have existed for a long time, but what's happening is that over the past 20 years, they've really evolved. 20 years ago, we may have seen production of renewable fuels or capping landfills or bringing efficiency as the most of the programs that were in existence. But today, we're seeing a whole variety of new programs. There's biodiversity credits, there's credits for restoring habitats, reducing wildfires. Carbon intensity is a big deal. Carbon intensity measurement and reporting. Sequestering carbon is like constantly in the news, like as much as you can, capture it and sequester it. So this is happening because people are recognizing that this diversity of payments is possible. And all this diversity of payments is also part of what justifies investments in projects. So the more payment streams you have, the more you can justify investment and the more you can actually build projects that produces change. But having reliable payment streams is a challenge because some of these are dependent on government regulations. Some of these are dependent on like kind of arcane rules set by the World Resource Institute. So how do you change that? And that is really what excited me again about talking to Solutions from the Land and Iowa Smart Agriculture. Industry-led groups must step up and set these data standards that dictate how these reporting happens and how these payment streams must occur. So that's what we are seeing happening right now. The number one reason people buy voluntary carbon offsets is really like just to report to stakeholders. And that happens through a variety of mediating bodies like the CDP, TCFD, and the SEC, not the SEC, the Climate Registry, and a whole bunch of them. On the other hand, the other big carbon financing program are regulated programs. And the number one reason for participating in regulated carbon markets is compliance. And so these companies are not really spending the money because they want to reach voluntary goals. They want to be compliant with the EPA, the IRS, IFC, the European Union. So these two markets, the voluntary markets and regulated markets, are converging because suppliers, the farmers or fuel producers or the people who are producing the change, they're seeing that there's two sets of markets that I have to work within. They're converging, but they're not playing by the same rules. And there's a whole bunch of them. And I need to, as a supplier, I need to make sense of this. And I need to create consistent, reliable reporting metrics to keep both these markets happy at the same time. And so there's an urgent need right now. And this is like probably, if there's one takeaway I want you to have, it's this, that there's an urgent need for industry alignment on data standards to report these sustainability metrics across all these different multi-credit markets. And without that, it's just so fragmented, it's chaotic. So industry needs to play an active role. I mean, if you can design these circular systems, but what activities qualify? How is avoidance of removal measured? How do you measure other ecosystem services? For example, biodiversity. Is there a way to quantify that? And how do you create new commercial pathways to facilitate actual payments that flow back to the farmer? And how do you prove things like additionality and permanence? So these are questions that really need to be answered now to create reliable, stable markets. And we really need industry to step up and do this. So what has worked for the past 30 years is not going to work for the next 30. That's becoming really clear right now. One tool that is emerging in making this happen is life cycle impact assessment. And we're seeing this more and more people are saying, yes, we will step forward, we will create these data standards. And the way to do that is we need to create something called a life cycle impact assessment methodology. This is a tool. It really takes a product from cradle to grave, from raw material extraction all the way to end life and disposal. And it creates like a score on the environmental impact, carbon emissions or other environmental impacts. And this score then travels with the product as it leaves the factory gate, wherever that is. This is a new tool that's emerging. And this tool is being adopted by more and more people to give a score to the work that they're doing, to the products that's coming out from a farm or from a factory or from any manufacturing facility. For example, with the life cycle impact assessment, I'm just going to use the example of a biogas project. There are many, many parts in the world where, I mean, biogas is essentially a superior waste management system. I mean, you take whether it's landfills or water treatment, or agricultural or animal manure, it's like biogas production is essentially a superior waste management system. It extracts energy, it extracts nutrients from the waste instead of just like disposing it off. There are many, many parts in the world where waste management is a serious problem. There aren't any infrastructure that exists. And these places, if biogas projects can truly do a life cycle impact assessment and show the full benefit that they do, which in addition to producing clean energy, they're also creating clean water, it's sustainable infrastructure, there's sanitation, they're creating jobs, they're creating sustainable communities by recycling the waste and the energy in it. So if they can truly do that, then they check off a lot of the boxes of the UN sustainability goals. This is not happening right now. So, and as they do that, the goal here is to create more reliable, consistent payments for these ecosystem services provided by these projects. And sometimes that extra layer of payment is what is needed to make the capital stack work. And it's also the PR that is needed to win support for some of these programs. So always follow carbon accounting principles. This is a gap of carbon accounting, and as you all know, your books must follow GAAP, so generally accepted accounting principles, and this is the carbon accounting principles gap, and can't stress enough the importance of always following this. So if you do all that, and if we have reliable payment streams, if you do a life cycle impact assessment, if you follow carbon accounting principles, and you create the system led by industry, now you can make green claims, which is what we want to do. We ultimately want to make green claims that travel through the product on a product label so consumers can spend their money where they want to spend, and we have like a free unsubsidized market. Making green claims is not easy. I mean, lack of clear rules make product labeling and value extraction very difficult. If you make the right claim to the right people the right way, it's fantastic for the brand, but make the wrong claim, it's fatal. I mean, you get sued for greenwashing. If you just like scan the news, like it seems like every week someone's getting sued for greenwashing. And that's because there aren't any acceptable industry standards. People don't know how to express this. But at the same time, you're trying to connect with consumer preferences. Everybody wants to connect. Connecting with consumer values doesn't always allow a price premium. And this is a key thing. This is a slide generated by PricewaterhouseCoopers, and I'm sharing here with their permission. The key thing in here is that the y-axis is talking about what's important to the consumers, and the x-axis is talking about how much of a premium they're willing to pay. So it's not just enough to be high up on the y-axis. You have to drift over to the right on the x-axis to get the premium that you want. And you'll notice that I mentioned cage-free eggs earlier. Tuna and some other products are able to command the premium. But if you go to the left, to the top left, there are many things there, such as free trade coffee or organic cotton, that may be important to me, but people are just not paying anything extra for them. So how do you do that? How do you move that over? How do you get those products to drift to the right? That's the challenge we have. Well, first thing you have to do is to kind of have an established set of standards, transparency, and reporting structure. And then there is this whole question of how do I message all this and get my product to move to the top right from the top left? It requires insets. And I talked earlier about offsets, where carbon markets, where company A buy offsets from company B. But an inset is when the environmental benefit is embedded in the product itself, and it travels downstream with the product. So instead of taking the benefit from the agricultural output and selling it to like a company that's completely unrelated in the form of an offset, you embed it within the output. It travels with the product, and ultimately it ends up on a shelf, and where it can be read on the label. That's an inset. And we're going to need insets. And the future of product labeling really is insetting. And it's measuring through LCA claims, the exact carbon score of a product, reporting it on a product label, and having relevance and that resonates with the consumer. These three things, if we check off this box, now we have like achieved the true marketplace that we want for ecosystem services. It's not subsidized. I mean, this will take about 5 to 10 years, but we are already seeing movements. There are people trying to do this, trying to establish these systems. So with that, just a couple more thoughts on what do we do now? I mean, companies are like assembling corporate SWAT teams that are with expertise in these subject matter areas that work across different product, kind of silos to figure out how to do this and how to be prepared for the next 10 years. And the reality is that we have to grow fuel and food. That is the reality. And just this year, we have a demand of about 100 million barrels a day of fuel. That's a huge number. So can we grow that? Can we feed 8 billion people growing to 10 billion by 2050? This is the challenge we have in front of us. How do we grow food and fuel? It's not food versus fuel, it's food and fuel. How do we protect soil, water, and air quality while we do that? And how do we reach zero emissions? And one consistent thought through that is that we need clear, reliable revenue streams to farmers. And that's kind of what we want to do here. We want to find a way to incentivize change, and we want to be at the forefront of setting these standards that'll make it happen. Start immediately. I mean, there's again, 4 things that I always tell people: learn the rules, learn how to measure, engage with your stakeholders, and build a new future. So with that, I'm going to pause. I don't think we have time for Q&A. I don't know if we do, but I'll be happy to stick around and answer any questions, or you can always email me at my email address there. Thank you.
So you're all welcome to visit with our speakers, during the day as they're here anyway, and I encourage you to learn from them as they're here. So the next speaker on our system is Bruno Basso, and he's talking about circular systems in agriculture. And, Bruno was part of our program in Sharm el-Sheikh at the UN meetings, and I got to moderate that program too, and he did it remotely. And so we were pretty comfortable with him being remotely with us today. But Bruno is a John A. Hanna Distinguished Professor and MSU Foundation Professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences at Michigan State University. He's an internationally renowned agri-system scientist and crop systems modeler with interest in long-term sustainability and agricultural systems, digital agriculture, and circular biology. And anyway, just would like to introduce Bruno, and I see he's on. And could we bring his video up a little larger? So Bruno, welcome, and thanks for being with us.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm assuming you can hear me okay? I guess silent means okay. I only see my screen. But it's a pleasure for me to be here today. Greetings from Michigan. Unfortunately, I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in person today. I'm flying to Europe this afternoon, and so that did not allow me to be there in person. And I also would like to express my sincere gratitude to Solution from the Land, who have been engaging closely over the last year or so, including, like it was mentioned, a presentation at the COP27. And so off I go. I will basically share some of my thoughts on how we can enabling circularity in grain production systems. Just briefly, I just wanted to walk you through some of I know these are all very well known, but I need to set the scene to be able to show how critical our work is towards the circularity of agricultural and food systems. We need to produce more food, even though, population is increasing. It may stabilize, but it's still a lot more people being added, and we need to produce more food with less water than we have now, and in a very clearly changing climate with more extreme events, more extended droughts and flooding. At the same time, while we have done an extremely good job in agriculture in producing food, a third gets wasted, and you have heard this statement that if food waste were to be a country, it will be the third most emitting country in the world after China and the US. Water is an issue, as you know, and 70% of the global water it's used in agriculture. And given the extended drought, there is demand to use more water. And so that creates one additional layer of complexity on how we optimize, more crop per drop, whether it's irrigated or rain-fed system. There is another challenge that so many fields of good friend of mine from Yale talks about. We lose 10,000 soccer fields or football fields per day. So that's 10,000 acres to urbanization. And you see here in the US, we're losing some of the best lands to subdivisions. I have images that it's pretty amazing that 4 years ago, it was a cornfield, and now there's a subdivision close to where we are up here. We continue to, deforest land, which is basically the lung of the earth, and to produce, additional crops. And unfortunately, at the moment, agriculture is still considered a threat for biodiversity. We have fires all around. The northern part of Michigan is on fire because of drought. Land degradation, soil erosion, and water quality are, major challenges. Just again, briefly, I know you know all this, but it is important for me to see what is changing and what is right to be changed. We have seen changes in agriculture from beginning of mechanization that fortunately allowed to feed more people and make agriculture more of a business rather than subsistence. And then that came at a pretty high environmental price, right? The Dust Bowl, because soils were tilled under very dry condition, and we had the Soil Conservation Service and now the Natural Resource Conservation Service as a result of the Dust Bowl, because the soils from the prairie reached Washington, D.C. There were fertilizer and agrochemicals that had revolutionized, basically increased, boosted yield. And the two, breeding and fertilizer, led to the Green Revolution, which basically new cultivars responsive to fertilizer were able to feed 1 billion people. And so Norman Borlaug, right where you are, the greatest scientist recognized for Nobel Peace Prize, allowed to feed so many people. At the same time, it was taken to an extreme level that rightly or not rightly so, it depends on the context, some of this intensification has led to excessive amount of misuse of fertilizer and all the challenge that we have seen. The latest trend of agriculture is certainly, you wouldn't be able to argue against it, that it's dominated by data science, modeling, AI, machine learning, and I've been more specific on the right, omic sciences, all metabolomic and transcriptomic, and so the microbiomes. There is a level of knowledge and science, and getting this data together, that all of them, I think the future, it's really in the end of two things, digital twins designed to allow for circularity, which is basically one of the core, topic of the talk today. Circularity for sustainability, and they're not the same thing, but they allow the system to become resilient over time and be able to be efficient from an economic point of view and resources use. So digital twins is really something that I work on extensively. I've spent most of my career developing and deploying crop simulation models. And so growing plants in the computer, I also see Dr. Jim Jones connected, and Jim has really pioneered the world of basically agricultural system science, and we owe him a lot. And we continue to make progress into these systems with the goal again of digitizing, growing plants in the computer, but now with additional and more ambitious goal. It's not just production, but it's also the possibility of being efficient and reducing environmental footprint. So the digitalization is not just about growing plants in the computer. It's basically the system approach is now present across farms that many of the farmers, I'm sure they recognize, the fact that a lot of the data is up on the cloud and everything is stored, digitally. And that's a critical piece, as you will see this connection that I'm trying to make towards a circular bioeconomy. Bioeconomy, by definition, is things that we work on, in agriculture, anything that deals with the biology. But the circular adjective in the front is critical. And those two terms should never be separated, because circularity, circular, it's how the bioeconomy works in a way of being efficient. It's not just about bioeconomy selling products that come from a biological system. It's how they were produced. And by definition, we have increased use efficiency, as you see, that, eliminates pollution and keep products and materials in use, regenerate the system, and provide economic benefits. As several, not just the MacArthur Foundation, but many others foundations are pushing for that. And so these definitions are actually achievable, but we have to prioritize on some of these key principles that they actually go under the umbrella of regenerative agricultural systems. And so in order to fulfill those objectives, we need to start, accepting that monoculture is not ideal. And so you have to don't put all your eggs in the basket, and trying to diversify your cropping system. So high diversity, regenerative nutrient cycling, be able to compost and adding manure, biodigestate, biochars. And you'll hear more about one of the examples that I have on regenerative recycling and biogas production. Animal integration, grazing forages, crop residues, biogas, having forever green cover crops, perennial precision conservation, of removing some of the constantly and proven low productivity areas, and then minimizing disturbance of soil, so continuous low or no-till, and precision agriculture technology. What do we get by implementing this, which I know a lot of the farmers are already on board with it, maybe not with all the systems, but the majority of them. And so profitability is key, greenhouse gas emissions and farmer well-being, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, increasing soil carbon sequestration, biodiversity, soil health and water quality. But one aspect that we really have to consider is this circularity leads to much more towards the One Health system. So the healthy ecosystems lead to healthy foods, healthy farmers from any basically evaluation standpoint, including mindset and mental health, and the well-being of the environment and the communities that benefit from both the production of food, feed, fuel, fibers, and so on. So we say we need to change our food system, and that's certainly something that has been discussed, and change is inevitable from some of the ongoing. But what are the major barriers to change? So paradigm shift in science does not lead to translation immediate. It takes time to basically prove the science and accept that. Even if you identify the principles, how you basically understand and link practices to outcome. And that's what is critical. And often innovative system adoption at the beginning, like anything, is low. And so my take on it is that it is mandatory to link biophysical sciences with social sciences. So transdisciplinary partnership and a system approach, because you need to quantify the externalities. You can't make a decision unless you know the type of climate that you may be exposed in the future, the what-if scenarios that could happen on your farm, And there needs to be more trust on the science that it's developed and it gets improved. I always say this, science that the real science does not have a secondary agenda. We work to make things basically applicable in the sense that, you know, they lead to impact. Everything else may not, I wouldn't necessarily, you know, associate with it. And so we need to overcome these barriers and enable change towards sustainability, and transdisciplinary is key. The system approach that I've talked about is key also because to pull apart the elements and the flow of carbon, nitrogen, and water. So this is a very simple example of how agriculture is, by definition, is a system of systems. You can draw your system really small and make your microbial your system, which is part of the bigger, you know, biological system of the soil system, of the plant system, and so on. So you separate soil, plant, and anything that basically pulls these energies. And so we do this through obviously LCA kind of calculation, but also the what if scenarios, things that are unseen. And if you were to invest into something and someone will tell you the risk of obtaining a certain level of things with high confidence, you will certainly use it. And so we need to overcome this barrier of, you know, not trusting systems that are getting better and better because of both the technology, the improvements on inputs that feed into the modeling system. And so that's an example. The other message that I really would like to emphasize is that we make decisions all the time, and decisions are always with trade-offs. You make someone happy, someone else is not happy, whether it's you or someone else. So this, when you make a decision, we have to understand tipping points and we can't just decide on one thing, which is economics. Even though the farmer make a very clear case that economic is the main driver, if the things are very clearly shown that the economics does not support the change, that's where consumers, policies, or any other system has to come in order for the farmers not to be the only one to bear that risk. That's how policy are designed. So this graphic shows, this is a long-term study that I did several years ago, where we basically showed with spatial variability in a field, these are the nitrogen rates that if you put the more than 120, you see there is a very slight increase of net revenue. But that coincides immediately with an increase of inefficient use of nitrogen. You start increasing nitrate leaching. And look at the differences in the way nitrate leaching occurs. Good areas, deep soil, more available water, more responsive to basically high yield and nitrogen and so on. The low yielding areas, if you put from 0 more than 30, you break even. And then everything else, you just pollute the environment and lose economics, right? And so the same in the middle zone. So trade-off and environment, profit, and people have always, they are not undiscernible. They have to be together. There's one piece of the puzzle. They are overlapped. They're not circles that they are far apart. And only by understanding the prices of the trade-off, then we can decide how we can really support through policy where, you know, things are missing for a farmer. So, and we recently published a paper led by Lisa Schulte-Moore from Iowa State, meeting the global challenges where, you know, this dichotomy of food and, you know, fuel, it's always an argument. And that's partially true because you can grow a lot of non-food crop between the food crop and generate a significant amount of revenue and store carbon and basically reuse the bioproducts into an efficient and a very good example of a circular system by generating energy and trading energy for clean energy for trade-offs and like the ETFs in Europe or paying for credits. So you have diverse rotation, you grow the crop in between, you retain the nutrients and so on. You have additional livestock beef production from manure or food waste that can go into the biodigester. You generate energy. There is a criticism that this system are designed for very, very large system, but you know, I know there is work going on downsizing for smaller farms. but also the large energy, the energy produced could be basically given to additional, farms to charge all, generate energy on smaller farms. One other piece of the puzzle is that, and I'm gonna go towards, the core of the talks and ending with some real example of circularity, immediate circularity, where all the pieces are together, environment, people, and money. So this is an example very familiar to you of a yield mapping. We have hundreds of thousands of acres, even in the lab ourselves. The seed companies have collected significant amount. So we have 68% of the corn in the US is harvested with the yield monitor, and 45% is actually yield mapped that could be used the way ideally what I'm going to show. So by overlaying and understanding the differences of a yield mapping from one pixel to the next on the same year, but also the same pixel, how it changes over time, the complexity of making decision on a multiple year, you can't just use as often, unfortunately, farmers may relate much more to previous years, short, like immediate years previously. But there is an important piece of the history represented from the climate extreme. So if you catch a year of droughts, that is very important to show soil depth and show basically unique conditions that will help you manage fertilizer better. And so this yield stability is this concept of basically integrating the spatial and temporal variation, and understand for every field in the Corn Belt where these high productivity areas are there with low risk. They are constantly out. So when you analyze, this is an example, and I show you how many more we have, by basically showing that because of the high and stable areas, deeper soil, the yield of observed, there were not only the observed yield, always showed that the yield was high. The yellow areas that they constantly were low yielding, and the red fluctuate from 1 year to the next, unstable, as a result of the system, because it's not just variability. I always say is not soil centric, it's not pedocentric. People may think of that, but I would argue that you could have sandy soil and clay soil, and that could flip very much so, depending on the amount of rain. If it rains a lot and the drainage is significantly slower, you may have a better year in a sandy soil. And it's just on soil and climate. When you start putting topographic features, then you have the depressions that flood in a wet year, and the hilltops that they are very low yielding on a dry year. And so these two things could happen simultaneously on the same year. You have the drought where the hilltops are low, and the rest of the field is doing well. So we do this, even though we have a significant amount of yield monitor data, we use remote sensing technologies, and I want to show you how much advanced they have gone. Now, just tell you ahead of time that there are several hundreds of satellites being launched. I work closely with a company which is a spin-off, not just Planet, that is more commercial now, but some new companies that will provide in 2 years 13 images during the same day, 20 centimeters on the ground, and hyperspectral. The future is completely, there is nothing else can be hidden already. So this is just by looking at how the reflectance, what is remote sensing? It's just a way of capturing how the plants reflect the light. That's a way of communicating back. So if you see high reflectance in the green, which is more lighter green, diluted green, any farmer knows that's lacking nitrogen, versus a very dark and basically, like you see the healthy plant, darker green, lower reflectance. And so you can separate healthy plants from stressed plant. You see a plant that is more orangey, we see that from the numbers. We look just at a bunch of numbers, and we see if there is high reflectance in the red before the human eyes, like in the red edge sensors, where we'll understand what is potentially happening on those. And so this has been long available at a very high resolution, but this is our planet, and breathing and basically coming to life and dying. You can see now where the planting occurs in the US, going green all the way up to Canada and coming back with the dark, the cold times and so on. So this is at high resolution, 250 meters daily though. Now we have daily images This is, look how fast the days goes. These are daily images clean at 3 meters resolution on the ground. There is very little that we cannot see from above anymore. So these are the changes, and they keep going for 3 years in a row. And so we can detect tillages and cover crops with some level of knowledge. The complexity is to scale and getting all these images together. Luckily, you know, we have funding agency that supports our work, and we're able to come up with that. And this is not just to show in the US, this is an example of daily images in Mozambique, in a sugarcane plantation, irrigated efficiently or inefficiently, as you can see on some of the photos, daily. And so this is a global coverage, and just wanted to point out. So back on the yield stability map, we scaled the stability map that we can develop from farmers, yield maps, but by using a stack of images for 15 years before the signal saturates, before the corn looks all green, basically detect these differences and develop yield stability map for any single paddock. So there are many farmers in the room. If I get the coordinates, they can get the stability map available for them. And so we use that as a critical layer to understand inefficiency. Because if you have an area that is highly, high productivity, then you know that you have to continue to feed that crop, or you ask the scenario, is it just enough organic matter that I may even reduce some of the nitrogen? But the opposite is more relevant. Why would I put a lot of nitrogen in an area that for the last 15 years has shown me to not give a yield greater than 120 bushels? But I'm feeding this crop as it were to be 250 bushels. And so by this analysis, we did a very detailed, energy budget and analysis, and showed now where the fertilizer, 20% of the land in the US causes 80% of the pollution. Because the high yielding areas, as the majority of that, they are like close to 50%, have nitrogen use efficiency with 75% efficiency. With still a leaky system, you still get leaching, there is no question about it. But the high yielding, which is the majority, it's the low yielding areas and the unstable areas that they basically have to be much more carefully matched. And how does that, where does circularity comes in? In addition, I want to show that we also know, based on topographic features, where we have areas of water deficit versus water access. So moving a little, this is a typical image that you see around, basically outside your, the office there and any of the farms. This is typical Midwest, spring, where you can only imagine that how variable that yield is going to be as a result of both leaching, denitrification. And so we capture all this, and the prescription and the RX maps that we deliver account for all this in a system approach. And we've been able to scale the differences between stable and unstable, and the topographic features in how the prone to be water access or prone to be water deficit across all the 80 million acres we analyzed at field scale. We're also in a position to detect plant height. And so this is an example. It's pretty amazing to see how we can reproduce in 3D. This is a vineyard. We have several corn images. Obviously, it's less interesting to see the corn. It's more a reflection of the position in the landscape. But anyway, so that's the technology is playing a critical role. But I also want to make this statement: the technology is not the panacea. It's not going to be the only solution. It's a piece of the puzzle. Because I always make this example, it doesn't do any good for me to help a farmer irrigating efficiently a crop in an area where there is no water available. Let's say the south, the west of the US or so. Those crops should not be grown altogether. And so legitimizing inappropriate use of the land through technology, it's something that I'm not willing to accept and neither to support. And so technology needs to be used correctly, rightly so, in areas where it's needed, and not to continue feeding a vicious cycle of, and that it's the opposite of circularity. So low yielding areas, just to move a little bit faster, a few more slides, but 23 million acres of low productivity areas. We know exactly where they are, how big they are, where they are located. 15.5 million acres are pretty much in zones within the field. But we also have a large 7.5 million are acres on the edge of the field as a result of field combining, field that before they had a grass waterways, now they grow corn, corn is grown all the way to the asphalt of the road. That's very visible at the headlands. And so by managing these low productivity areas, you have nitrate leaching reduction, greenhouse gas emissions. And so these are real practical examples. This is not theory. I mean, we have a knowledge of this, and we're pushing for this level of analysis, which is called precision conservation. So I was invited to write this, where it goes from the yield map, so the stability map immediately can get converted into profitability map. Any farmers may do that with Excel, knowing from the yield maps, but we have for the entire Midwest. Then you also know the areas where there is a response to nitrogen, and so where you would optimize the amount of nitrogen, but also the areas where you're having the trade-off on the opposite direction. Any additional nitrogen, the marginal value of nitrogen is very limited. And so you would almost either go no fertilizer, much limited, or ideally, when it was mentioned before by the previous speaker, how do we quantify biodiversity? The presence of removing low productivity areas for pollinators or winter crops in the middle of a summer crop, anything that does not increase diversification and does not use heavy use of fertilizer, will bring this precision conservation income from both incentives, ecosystem services, carbon credits, because you have both avoided emissions. You will not be putting fertilizer on a pollinator, and you would have roots storing nitrogen and storing carbon and be paid for their ecosystem. That's the change that we need to push. We're going there. There's still a lot of noise going around the carbon market, but the technology is getting better and better to quantify the benefits of ecosystem services. These are the example of a soil organic carbon with no nitrogen grown on marginal lands and so on. These are, in addition to prescription that we give, and I'll show the next example, this is the precision conservation maps that we've been working with farmers. We pay them the rent, the cash rent for removing. This is an NRCS, basically, hopefully eventually could be a policy where the rent is paid, and one of the farmers nicely said, this is like having barbecue with no bones, where you basically pay only for the good land and you get paid for ecosystem services and enroll for all the additional benefits by storing carbon and avoiding emissions. Now, we deliver prescription maps to several farmers that we don't know, and encourage anyone interested in receiving prescription from their farms to contact me. We do that from a distance. How can they ever know? We do need to know how much nitrogen was applied pre-plant, but or in the fall, ideal, hopefully not, necessarily in the fall, but rather in season, to look for the weather pattern that you receive. And so these are also example of boxes where you can first see the level of precision of the machinery, and also to show the evidence with the farmer, the business as usual versus the rates. And so one example is that here you'll see the on the low and stable zones, comparing uniform versus variable rate. You have variable rate produces, there's no leakages, and uniform application gives basically the same yield, but nitrogen use efficiency is greatly increased. And so I had this climate smart commodity grants where you go from yield stability map, the RX, how much nitrogen is basically applied, thus how much is being saved as a reduction, which gets immediate converted into avoided emissions, and from the RX, and then the grain that is produced can be basically sold with the label of greenhouse gas reduction, because it's a digitally verified. So this covers the compliance of permanence, and because it's completely avoided emissions from a standard of the high yielding zones. And so you can get a premium for scope 3 emissions and in settings. And so we're pushing that agenda to become basically circular. If you name this under the nitrogen use efficiency, eliminate nitrate leaching and greenhouse gas emissions. So technology plays a critical role. Increase profitability, but regenerate the system, because you use less fertilizer and you recycle nutrients, residues with regenerative ag. So we fulfill those 5 principles These are of circularity. These are the farmers we work with. So you basically can, as an example, you can click any of these farmers. That's the example of the RX that was sent to them, and so on. In conclusion, you know, we both Jim Jones and Bram Verma here, we have been launching an initiative at the ASAB, the American Society of Agriculture and Biosystem Engineers, and as a result of many conversations, including John Antol and Rafael Martinez Ferres, a postdoc in my lab, we really proposed this basically agenda of how you will move from linear, what you see on the left side. This is the current system. Basically, at the moment, what happens? The storage of the grain, how that can be optimized, how you can generate energy on the farm, how you can use both, you know, pollinators while having the best land to boost their yields, and renewable energy, moving animal outside the facilities, using manure wherever is needed to be in the facilities for biogas, capturing the water. So you can read the detailed analysis of the LCA, and agriculture can be negative of greenhouse gas emissions by 70, reduce emissions by 70%. And in conclusion, I just wanted to say, as you can see, I talked a lot about the role of technologies and digital technologies. The important message is that technology should be used to fix problem, but not legitimize a wrong adoption or uses of the land, as the example that I did of the water. So when there needs to be a paradigm shift, and as a result of conversation, as transdisciplinary research, then you've seen how the big data is collected nowadays. That train has left, is moving fast and never returns back. Technology will get better and better. How we analyze, and that's where my lab really works on, how we get from farm tool and how we scale, how we include, you know, the role of profitability, and you can design policy basing on, you know, variable rate or enhancing biodiversity, scaling across the system, and ideally design policy that would support the implementation of circular agricultural systems. So with that, I thank you very much indeed. Again, sorry for not being able to be there. I know the venue, it's incredible. And thank you again for the invitation. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basso, and please give him a hand. It's a pleasure to have you on. Okay, so next up is Lois, and Brian Sievers was going to moderate, and it's one of the adaptations that we're doing, and please, the farmers that are on this next panel, an introduction to smart agriculture, please come on up. And Lois, it's all yours. Do you want this one too?
Bruno did an awesome job of setting up what we're going to talk about next. And our farmers are joining us. That's great. Good.
Between us.
And
Yeah, yes.
hope-
Get excited.
let's
Yeah.
speak for just a couple of minutes about this vision for the future of agriculture. Need to be a little closer, I'm told. This comes from being short. This document was created by Iowa farmers over about a 2-year period with Zoom. So many of us hadn't even met as we talked about what we wanted Iowa to look like from an agricultural standpoint. What were the exciting opportunities? What were some of the challenges? And so what you see here is kind of a distillation of that conversation. And about halfway through that conversation, we began to talk about the interconnection and the system level connections of our farms. Our first speaker gave you a really nice picture of our circle system. We probably spent 2 or 3 weeks talking about the circle of life on our particular farms and what they looked like and how they were connected. And that was before we really had spent much time talking about circular systems and doing it in parallel with much of the scientific engineering that's been looking at scientific or circular economies. And we feel that circular economies are part of circular systems. But today what we want to talk about and what this talks about is really the systems that are interconnecting. And depending on your broad definition of economies, we're not just talking about money, we're talking about the entire natural and social system, human system, and how those connect. And you see on the screen, eventually, as we began to write our text and talk about how did we want to explain this? And I think some of our farmers, Jason in particular, I remember had a wonderful graphic that you see in here. I'm thinking it's in here, yes. And we actually all went back and drew pictures of our farms and said, where were the connections and where the connections weren't that we wish that there were. So that was a really productive conversation. And as we began to put words in order to explain what we're thinking about to other people, we began to develop what you see here is a graphic. And I just want to call attention to some of the main elements before our farmers talk a little bit about what their systems look like. And what I want you to note is, I guess I have the screen right in front of here. What you see is the farm, and now we're talking about we've talked about systems of the farm being nested in a larger regional geography. We've also talked about the global circularity. We've talked about the value chain circularity this morning. So we've talked about all those kinds of conversations. This is particularly looking at the farm level. It's very evident to us that the farmers are really the start of the food system. They're the beginning of much of the social and physical stability of our lives, not just within a community, but globally. And so this yellow circle really represents the farm. And what you'll see here is that turquoise one is the on-farm retained value. That's the kind of way that within the farm you begin to circulate some of your resources, and what used to be a waste that you would dispose of, you actually find ways to get value out of. And any of you that went on the tours yesterday we saw a number of farms that were really circulating that. The ecosystem services, you notice it overlaps. Many of those ecosystem services are extraordinarily valuable to the farm and the profitability of the farm and the health of the farm. And they actually are retained value that the farmer can use. But it also overlaps beyond the farm and affects the community, the natural community, and the community beyond that. The farm doesn't stand alone. Our goal from a farm standpoint is to support livelihoods. And so we have this whole set of farm outputs. And what you're really looking at here is we talk about nutritious food, not just food security, but an abundance and a healthy feed, fiber, some of the normal kinds of benefits that we continuously talk about. And the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals are wrapped into that kind of idea of the off-farm outputs. But if you look down at the bottom of the off-farm resources, that is part of our circular system, because the resources that you have, your neighbor that shares resources. Ray talked about his community, that his particular farm doesn't have livestock, but he's contributing to ethanol. It's a regional circular system rather than a farm level system. And so it's really important, I think, that our farmers recognize that their circular system can be a nested within circular system, and they're connected. And I think our farmers will probably talk about that. So we wanted to share this with you, and feel free to use it in the work that you do. Because we think it's a nice way to describe what we think of as circular systems within the farm. Now what I want to do is to begin with our farmers. They're the exciting part of what's going on here. And what I'm going to do is to let them introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their farm and the kind of system that farm has. And I want to start with Lydia English.
Hey, great. Oh, everyone can hear me okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Lydia English. I'm the Field Crops Viability Manager with Practical Farmers of Iowa. I think probably most of you in the room know who PFI is, but just in case you're unfamiliar, we're a nonprofit based in Ames, and we were founded in 1985 by a group of farmers amidst the farm crisis. And those farmers were doing a lot of on-farm research trials to figure out how they could farm profitably amongst lean times, and then sharing that information with each other. And so those values of curiosity and openness to sharing really underlie our organization when you flash forward 35 plus years today. We are a big tent organization, so we have farmers across the spectrum in terms of enterprises that we work with. But I specifically work with farmers to help them adopt practices like cover crops and diversified cropping systems with small grains. So I am not coming to this panel as someone who farms herself, but to humbly serve as a voice for a bunch of the farmers that I work with and some of the systems that they implement and sort of the challenges and successes that they've had, just generally speaking. But I want to leave more time for Jason and Dean since they have the real systems that we're all interested in. So I'm going to pass it on.
Thank you, Lydia.
All right, thank you. I'm Jason Russell. I'm a livestock and grain farmer in East Central Iowa near Monticello or Northeast Cedar Rapids. If anybody knows where Cedar Rapids is, probably do. So I've got just a few pictures to kind of talk about some of the stuff we do on our farm. And, you know, like Lydia said, when things are lean, you need to look deep and how you can make things more profitable. And a good example of that is like, this is one of our hog sites that has wind and solar on it, and we've eliminated our electric bill. We probably would have about a $60,000 electric bill without this equipment you see that powers the barn. And we've got a net metering agreement that's been very, very beneficial for us. And it's with Alliant Energy, you know, and we've got a farm that's identical to it that is an REC is the power provider, and we are not able to get net metering there, and renewable energy equipment is just not feasible there. And just things like that, you know, it changed my way of thinking that I need to be involved more in events like this and try and change policy, because just do more things that make sense in general. Not necessarily because I have a goal to move in any direction, but you know, we need to be logical and do things that make sense. So that's a picture of the two farms. They're real similar, and we use a lot of manure for fertilizer, which we value very highly. And I've learned a lot about how to leverage that manure and really minimize commercial fertilizer. So we moved to doing all spring applications on the acres close to the hog site with the drag line. And our yields have gone up significantly since we started doing that. And our nitrogen bill is about 60% of what it is if you do it in the fall. So we no-till and use cover crops, and I've grown some specialty crops like chickpeas. Marketing those can be a challenge, but I was just interested to see, you know, what I could get away with. And it was frankly fun. Farm a lot of marginal land too, and that's where it's fun to use no-till and cover crops and still get a great yield, but really hold that soil. And right here is where all that renewable energy stuff connects up. It looks like Mario Brothers, but it just goes to show what you can accomplish. So, but yeah, no, I think that might be the end of my. They kind of rushed
Yep.
through, so if you want to go back.
No, that's fine. Yeah, if anybody.
I thought you had that time, so you want
Yeah,
to talk too
no,
long?
I just kind of watching it, but so yeah, otherwise, no, I'll be here and I can answer questions, but the biggest thing I'd like to mention is we're missing a lot of opportunities because of policy that I feel like someone is gaining a lot of financial windfall when we need to be more logical with policy. You know, policy should make sense for everyone involved, not just someone who came up with a good system to milk the money out of it. And it's frustrating, you know, the input system is something that I despise, but I do buy crop inputs and I try and minimize that. And having cover crops, and you know, we put 10 gallons of 32% nitrogen on our corn, and we'll grow up to 300 bushel corn. So, you know, that's an example of what you can get away with if you're creative. And I think we need to apply that line of thinking to biogas, biochar, having more livestock in the landscape to cycle these nutrients. You know, everybody wants to get rid of the carbon, put it in the ground, get rid of it. But, you know, I do those cover crops because they actually pull carbon out of the air and store it and release it while my crop is growing, and it boosts my yields. You know, nobody thinks about how carbon is the most important plant nutrient that we have for our plants. And we need to remember that when we're doing all this stuff, talking about removing all the residue and burying it in the ground, or doing, you know, you gotta think logically. But that's my soapbox. Happy to visit with anyone, and we'll probably circle back.
Will this work? Here, we'll send that back to Lydia. I don't like microphones. I'll end up throwing them. A little different. I'm Dean Sponheim, and I'm from north central Iowa, almost in Minnesota. So I'm pretty close to the Minnesota line. You could almost throw a stone there. And I'm in the area where they say conservation practices don't work. We're in flat black soil, holds a lot of moisture, stays cold long in the spring. No-till and cover crops will not work. Well, I'm here to tell you that it does work. We've been doing it for a little while. But this is how I started. Moldboard plowing. I remember looking at these cornfields with my father, and he said, "Oh, what's a beautiful field of corn. Look at that. There's not a weed in it. There's nothing there. It's all black. It's all soil." Actually, he called it dirt. That's what I grew up with. And this is what we fight every day. If nothing else you learn today, because there's a lot of great ideas, you're going to talk about circles, talk about all this stuff that we do, but if we can't apply it, it's no good. Jason talked about he wants to get on the policy side. My responsibility that I've taken on is to apply what we have to do. It has to be applicable for the farmer to sustain it. And I hate sustainability. I hate that word, because we're never going to get to total sustainability as long as we're hauling our grain away, our livestock away, not bringing that back. The nutrients are leaving, organic matter is leaving with it. So just remember where I came from. I broke my leg when I was a sophomore in high school. So I didn't have to go to practice, and I didn't have to do chores. So they put me on moldboard plow. Very similar to this, except this is probably a little bit newer. I had an 806 diesel that I ran. And I ran it from the time I got home from school till I went to bed. I remember my dad would come in and say one night, he said, "You know, Dean, you need to adjust the moldboard, or not the moldboard, but the covering board on the third bottom, because you're not burying all the trash. You're leaving some corn stalks." And that was a no-no. Now, I hope you don't get to, I'm bashing my ancestors or where we came from, because the equipment we had when we were planting had to be black. We couldn't handle the residue that we have today. So I'm not bashing them. That's where we came from. So approximately in 1999, I think, as I started strip tilling. And I did because I had one problem. I had one farm that was really high clay content, wasn't anything to do with conservationists. Where is Kevin at? Where's Kevin at? Kevin in the room yet? Not here yet? But I see his title as conservationist. And that was sort of a negative thing to me. I didn't want to be a conservationist. So I actually started strip tilling because of a problem I had with crusting and all that. I won't go through the whole thing. But that morphed into a strip till business we started in 2004. Actually just sold it 2 years ago. At the last, we were doing about 10,000 acres a year. Between the two rigs, we actually sold it to two young people, and they started their own businesses. So probably that 10,000 acre business that I had has turned into almost 20,000 today. I can almost say in Mitchell County, I think we're almost at 50% or more of our corn will be planted on strips, or was planted on strips or no-till this last spring. If you had told me that 20 years ago when we started it, that would happen that soon, I'd say you're crazy. But it's actually really taking off, and that's what we're doing. We're doing now. We're going actually to no-till. We still do some strip tilling, but we also entered in cover crops in 2012. We started flying them on. I remember the first time that I was invited to the meeting from the NRCS was putting on, a local NRCS, and they brought this pilot in, and he said, well, we have a great idea. We're going to fly cover crops in your standing corn and soybean fields. I said, you're doing what? Yeah, we're gonna fly this cover crop stuff. Cereal rye, whatever you want to fly in there, we're gonna put it in your standing corn. And I looked at him and said, you are so nuts, insane. I've been spending 30 years trying to keep my fields clean. Now you're telling me I have to do this? That's insane. But guess what? You'll see what happens. What has happened. Actually, and one of the things I want to talk about is you have to be persistent when you do this. The first 2 years there was a bust. I flew it on. It was 2012, 2013. Both falls were extremely dry. Nothing grew. And of course, I was going to be out. I was going to outdo anybody else in the neighborhood. I was going to put a nice, huge mix. It was like 4 or 5 species. $50 an acre just for the seed. I got nothing out of it the first 2 years. Never grew. Almost gave up. I always have a rule that we get things 3 times. We'll try them 3 times. Third time I decided, I was listening to my neighbors, and they were going crazy about, we could start with like 5 people, 5 producers with about 500 acres. We started in 2012. And they said, we're having great success with our cover crops. I said, what are you doing different than me? Oh, we're just using cereal rye. Whoa. Third year I did that. Beautiful. And it looks something like what we see in the pictures. And now we're going to no-till into covers. I want to go down to the lower right-hand picture. We're pulling into this field. This rye is about 4 feet tall, and it's starting to head. And we're going to plant corn. How many of you do that? There's a few farmers in here. Scares the death out of you. The first time you do it, it still scares the death out of me sometimes even now. That's the thing that we got to keep in mind. It's scaring the death out of everybody. So then how we started with the cover crop business, we started this in 2015. It was, what I tell you, we started flying it on in 2012. There were about 6 of us in the neighborhood. There was always a little bit of competition when we were getting into conservation when we did no-till and strip-till. And they were getting sick of getting their own seed. We come and we go to the airport, you'd have 50-pound bags, we dump it in, we'd have trailer loads of it. And in 2014, the guy said, we've had enough of this. You're the Pioneer sales rep, Dean. Would you like to get seed lined up for us? Of course, at that time, I could not say no. I can say no now, but I couldn't then. I said, sure, I'll do that. And so I started sourcing seed from other producers. In 2015, we did maybe 1,000 acres, probably had 6 or 7 producers that we were flying on for that. I should back up and tell you who's in our operation. My son and my wife are on the farming side. I had a Pioneer sales associate. My name is Rachel. She and my son and I are part of this cover crop business. Since then, this has been taking so much of my time. Rachel's taken over the Pioneer business. I'm her associate now, and I'm trying to do more, specifically more time with this. Because right now we are probably touching close to 100 to 150,000 acres of cover crops across northern Iowa and southern Minnesota. We are actually applying over 30,000 acres right now with the airplanes and a little over 10,000 acres with drills. So we are handling close to 100,000 bushels of rye and probably 20,000 bushels of oats. And we're expecting that it'll continue to increase at about a 30 to 40% rate, which has been doing the last 5 years. What we also do is contract acres of production for seed for rye and oats. We are actually changing our farming practices to a 3-crop rotation. We're going, the third crop will be our cereal rye production. And if some of you knew that I didn't talk about this, we did strip cropping over the last 10 or 15 or 20 years. But we're seeing a yield advantage with that third crop, that small grain, because we can set that up for the corn and soybeans the next 2 years. And I think what we're doing numbers on it right now to see if we can actually lose money on the rye production year and yet gain enough money, payback on the corn and soybeans to offset that. We've seen guys do that with oat production, and I think we can do that also with the cereal rye. So that's a little bit. We started back in 2015 with a cleaning facility of 1 rotary screener. I don't have a picture here, but it was just a regular grain cleaner with a fan put on the backside of it just to clean it. And that's how we started. And now today we have a cleaning facility. We just built last year a bagging and mixing facility in a larger warehouse. We continue to increase. We just added more bins this year and more automation. So we're looking in the future, within 5 years, we're going to have 5,000 to 10,000 acres of seed production in our area. So we don't have to, as my son is right now unloading 2 or 3 semi-loads of rye coming from northwest North Dakota, 755 miles. So we will have enough rye for this year. Those are the challenges we have. But the circle, I guess, is probably the seed production, and we're trying to keep it in-house. But it's this infrastructure that we need to build. I think Sean will probably talk about what's happened in the last 10 years of the strategy that we have. We're up to almost between 3 and 4 million acres of cover crops in Iowa. Well, we have a few more. We have to go to about 21 or 22. I don't remember what we have. 23, I guess we have total. If we're going to meet it, we're going to have to cover every acre. But I have to tell you, this is great that I don't feel adequate to be here because we have all these brains in here coming up with all these solutions. But there's got to be somebody at the bottom trying to figure this out to make it work. So that's my 2 cents.
That actually takes us really nicely to the fact that each farm operation has unique resources and unique capacities. And what works for Dean and what works for Jason, what works for the practical farmers of what worked with some of the circles of life that we put here. One of the things that Solutions from the Land is doing is working with a number of young farmers that we're using as ambassadors to work with the UN and the Food and Agriculture Organization. And we've asked them as part of our beginning conversation as we were onboarding them to develop a circular system or to explain to each other how their circular system worked. And the very act of explaining it helps you begin to see what your gaps are. I don't know whether Dean and Jason, as you think about circularity, you begin to think about, well, where are the pieces that are missing? What is it that we ought to doing? I think there's a couple of really important takeaways when you think about circular systems. And the first one really is that each farm, each land is very unique and brings unique resources. And the other thing that we think of that as being spatial, but there's a temporal variability that what worked last year, 2 years ago, because of the acceleration and change in local weather and local climate and precipitation, all of those things are forcing us to rethink our automatic behaviors that we've been having. and so we need to give ourselves permission to learn from each other. And I think that's the second thing that we found as we talked about circularity is that farmers learn from each other, and that's extraordinarily valuable. And they learn from, lots of times we only talk about our successes. But I suspect at break time, if you corner some of the farmers in the room and ask about some of their failures, you'll find that there was a great deal of learning from that. Also, our farm tour yesterday really showed us the variations that went with that. Another key element that we've learned in circularity is, and Bruno talked about that, is the need to integrate livestock and cropping systems, the value of that to the landscape. And again, it doesn't have to be integrated on the farm, but it needs to be integrated in a way in our agricultural system, that there's a lot of value with that. And then the last one that really has risen to the surface this morning is the value of data and how agricultural data can transform how you make some of your decisions. And I want to take a few minutes and open to the audience. You've sat here really nicely for a number of hours. And before we go to break, I want to take just a couple of minutes and see if any of you have questions that you'd like to ask of our farmers up here. We do have farmers out in the audience. Our Iowa Smart Ag Core leadership people are here. Some of our advisory team are here that are farmers. And I want to know if you have any questions. I want to start the conversation because I didn't warn you that I was going to ask you to do that. But I want to come back to data because the yield maps and the presentation that Bruno gave is, I think, fascinating in terms of thinking about how the data feedback can affect what your management decisions are. And I'd like to know of some of the farmers in the room, including those of you up front, if you want to give just a short vignette as to how data has changed how you manage. And Ajay, all of you are considered farmers.
I could start, Lois. Today, while I'm here in this meeting, the crop scout is flying a drone over my cornfields. And then by Friday, I'll have a prescription to side dress with. So we're gonna reduce nitrogen pollution, certainly, but we could raise our yields and save money at the same time. So I guess it depends on what your objective is and what your goal is for an activity. But a lot of these things are very sustainable, but they're also very profitable too.
I would agree with that because my son actually is part of a business with Premier Crop out of Des Moines, and they do analysis on all the information, the yield monitor and everything else. And he gives us the prescriptions for nitrogen, P and K, everything, and seeding rates. So we've been using it a long time, and we've been using it as profitability. And I think it's an easy transition over to a conservation topic as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just round that out by saying that one of the programs we steward at Practical Farmers is an on-farm research program. So different types of data than what we're talking about here, but really trying to empower farmers to collect research on their own farms through trials to understand and empower decision-making, like how low can I go on my nitrogen and maintain ROI? Or if I use these two different cover crop mixes, like how does that affect my yield next year? So complementing some of that, drone technology and other prescriptions with test strips or other types of trials, so that in a dry or a wet year, or can adapt your management on your own farm.
Okay.
Somebody's got to have questions.
The audience, right there. Okay, go ahead.
This way. So my question is for the farmers that are not using the no-till or not using the cover crops, how, especially the cover crops, I mean, I see great value. And my dad rented the farm out, but he put the cover crops on, just paid the expense. How do you get the farmers to see the benefit? In the first year or two, they're not really seeing the financial benefit. Takes a couple of years. They see it as just an expense, the time, the expense of the seed, the fuel.
So I start with, I mentor a lot of new cover croppers, and we're actually doing a thing called relay cropping, which is a next step where we grow soybeans with rye at the same time, and we'll harvest both within the same year. Unfortunately, we've been very dry, so trying to grow two crops simultaneously is kind of scary, but so far it's been working. But what I usually tell people is, if you're going to be planting corn, you should have oats as a cover crop planted in the fall ahead, so you don't have to worry about terminating it. Oats are cheap and you don't have to worry about terminating it, and the plant's really nice. If you're going to be growing soybeans the next year, you're going to want cereal rye, and that cereal rye should be let to grow. You know, you can plant your soybeans, and then before they come up, the rye will grow a lot in between the time you plant and when they actually come out of the ground. And then you terminate that cereal rye, and you probably save $50 an acre on pre-emerge herbicide. You don't need any. The rye does it for you. And then you just don't have the erosion associated with growing soybeans either when you do that. But that's where I would start. You can save a lot of money on moisture loss and herbicide with cover crops. So, right, Dean?
Yeah, that's
Right.
part of it. But the key is to, first of all, I have to apologize for being so emotional because it's very emotional for me. The first thing is that you have to get them to decide for themselves why they want to do it. It could be the money incentive. It could be the cost sharing. We have people that are making money on cost sharing. Or you have to find out some way to get them to admit to themselves why they want to do it. It's just like, I give an example. Some of you probably heard this many times if you listened to me speak before. It's like my wife. One day we're sitting at the dinner table. And I look over to her and I said, dear, we should do, I don't even remember what it was. We should do this. And she grins, looks at me and says, I've been trying to tell you that for months. And it's the same thing with these guys or gals, whoever the operation is. Until they make the decision that it's their idea, it's going to be awful hard to keep them going unless there's money there backing them up to keep it going. But once they get to that point, then it's home sale. And you can take all the funding away and they'll still continue to do it. When you introduce the extension and you had a sociologist, you should also have a psychiatrist on staff. I wish I would have studied that because you are working with people all the time. And it's always something about what's going on. It's not the easy button. It's always changing. I had to apologize to Sochi. I had to leave in the middle of years because I had a customer that found army worms in his cover. Well, they were moving from his terminated rye into his seed corn fields. He wondered what he should be doing. So it's always different. It's always changing. You know, sometimes we want the rye to grow longer because it's wet. We want it to absorb moisture. Now this year in my area, we should have terminated rye a little bit sooner because it took all the moisture and less for the crop. So it's always different. It's always changing. But until you get that producer to come up with a reason why he's going to do it or why he wants to continue to do it, you're going to have an awful hard time to try to keep him there.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just echo Dean and say that it takes multiple exposure, as we know, to the practice and maybe from different trusted advisors too. So maybe it's from other farmers and maybe it's from, crop advisors, and maybe it's the lender coming around and being like, actually, I've seen other farmers do this and it's really not a risk at all. And so it's engaging with like everyone across the agricultural supply chain so that we're not all scared of it. We're all sort of pushing it forward and realize the benefits so that people can hear about it from different sources and come around.
Question over here.
There's one here too.
Two more? Okay, good.
Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, wait, you've got the microphone. Fred first. Go ahead, Fred.
Just wanted to say, Dean, I really appreciate your passion, because I really do think that you can never underestimate the power of passion. But speaking of data, I think it's a generational thing. My son's a millennial. He thinks of things different. And, I'm a baby boomer. I'm a trial and error guy, but my son Josh has always said, mind the data. The answers are in there. Recently, there was a study out that, the big preventive planting time of in 2019, there was 19 million acres of crops not planted. And so there was a pilot program that Steve Sensky and Bill Northey and my other group called Agree they actually had to use some private stuff too from Indigo to actually demonstrate and punch the numbers, and it actually data showed that you had a 27% better chance of planting your crop if it's following a cover crop rather than having a bare. And that's real data. That's real science that says we should do this. But yet, in my experience, I got to tell you, I have more problems with the big I states getting them to accept. When you said it doesn't work here, I've heard that so many times. It just doesn't work here. When you might have a neighbor just down the road doing it and being successful. So my question is, how do we really get that point? I mean, I even had a friend tell me that, in fact, he's from Illinois, where we had all of, the dust storms. And I said, well, there you go. Don't you think it'd been better if you had cover crops? And he said, well, cover crops just don't work here. It probably would have taken the cover crop too. It's an anomaly, no change, And then he finally got mad and said, you know what, Fred, when you can start raising the crops that I do, the productivity, I'll listen to you. But until then, pound sand, because we based everything on productivity rather than the circular bioeconomy, where there's so many other things that are involved with that, the ecosystem services, and that it's predicted that the dead zone in Gulf of Mexico is going to increase significantly this year because of nutrients that are running down there. So, all these things that we really have to understand it. But I really appreciate, and I really am, Iowa, that's where agriculture happens in Iowa. You guys are the big kahuna. And if you guys can get this thing done, people will follow Iowa. So please, I implore you, keep your passion and make sure that we get the young folks, that the next generation in here. I think that's a better chance the culture will tell us they'll take it quicker than we will.
Spoken by an Ohio farmer. Rick, go ahead.
For the people online. Okay. Impressive acreage increase in your cover crops. What role have incentive payments played in making that happen?
Good and bad. We've had such a high turnover in our NRCS office over the last 10 years. We've had very little continuity there. But they do come to our office to get help in developing plans and things. That's part of our service. I never told you that we are the one-stop shop, we call us ourselves, where we take care of everything when the farmer decides to enroll. Personally, I don't think it's something we should do unless it's for edge of field practices, because I can prove to people that doing the infield practices, the cover crops, the no-till, the strip till, will return them more money in their pocket. I got all kinds of data for that. But the incentive or the cost sharing does help them get us started. And then it's our job then to get them stuck on it before they run out of money, before they stop receiving it. I wish I could say we could do away with it, but I don't think we can for some of that's some of the reasons why we talked about starting it, is because of that. And it does help. I think I always look at a retention rate, and we're at about 95 to 98% retention rate. The ones that started with a program with an incentive, and then when they go off, they continue with our practices. So I think that's a lot of work, a lot of coaching, a lot of teaching, that we do a lot of education.
That's a good break and lunch conversation for all of you. One last question from Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Chris Clayton with DT and the Progressive Farmer. Jason, you mentioned early on there are barriers, policy barriers. I'm told it's a farm bill year. Preach to us. Tell us what these barriers and how policy can work around it.
Yeah, so ultimately it comes down to risk management. You've got cover crops that a lot of people perceive as a risk. It gets in the way of them having a good yield. And it can, if you don't know what you're doing. But also with we need outreach for insurance compliance, education. A lot of people think you can't have cover crops and crop insurance at the same time, where like in Iowa you get a discount on your crop insurance if you have cover crops. So just goes to show how there's a disparity between what people know and what can be done. But with that being said, we need to take a break from the fear of burning things too, and look at things like biogas and ways to improve soil health and reduce erosion and keep nutrients from being lost to the air, the soil, into our groundwater. And like Brian Sievers, it'd be great if he was here today. He's got a very great system where he's keeping things out of landfill and producing electricity and renewable natural gas. Yeah, and really good fertilizer that is applied in the spring and grows amazing crops and makes healthy soil that keeps the rain from running off. So we've got to, keep our open-mindedness in play when we're making policy. So.
Okay, this has been a great conversation and one that's going to continue. Thank you. Thank you very much.
11. Back at 11.
11. Okay, so a few minutes break back here at 11 to finish out the morning. Thank you.
Folks, if we could invite you to take your seats, we're ready to resume the program. Oh, you could just go whenever you're ready.
We got a majority. No, I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Okay, in the back, let's find our seats. We'll get started in just a minute. Okay, welcome back. Thank you all. What a terrific set of sessions we've had already this morning. And this is the one that's batting cleanup before lunch. And we're excited to have this panel. This is called a reactor panel. These folks will be reacting to things that they heard this morning and offering new insights and additional ideas. We might even call it a bioreactor panel since these are all living beings. So they are bioreactors. China, there you go. Everybody laughed a little bit. We got a little bit of humor in there. Yeah. So nice to see you all again. I'm Dan Robeson. I introduced myself earlier today, the Dean of the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at Iowa State, and I'll be moderating the panel. I'm going to just quickly introduce who our panelists are, and then we'll start with each of them making some remarks, and they will say more about their own work and their own perspective. Then I have a question or two that I'll ask the panel, and then we'll save time, and we have a full hour, even though we're a little bit behind schedule. We have a full hour. We'll save time for you folks in the audience to be asking questions as well. So as you think of one, jot it down on a slip of paper so that you'll remember when the time is right for your opportunity to ask questions of our panelists. And I think we'll run this where everybody on the panel can respond to whatever questions they would like to, and we'll see how far and how fast we can get. I want to start by introducing our really terrific colleague, the Honorable Secretary of Iowa Agriculture and Land Stewardship, Mike Nave. So Mike, thank you for being here. I'll run down the list. Mike also has to leave at 11:45 sharp to get over to the Pork Expo and continue his work for the day. So I offer his apologies. There you go. And I want you to know that up here I've got a secretary, a senior director, a CEO, a superintendent, and an executive director. I got them all up here. So next on the list is the state executive director of the Farm Services Agency, Matt Russell. Thank you for being here. Superintendent of the Iowa Banking Association, Jeff Plague. We have senior CEO of DMARC, the food banking system. And we have the senior director, Matt Herman from Iowa Soybean Association of Renewable Products and Marketing. And I didn't say Matt Unger's name. Okay, great. Thank you all for being here. Let's start with Secretary Naig, who will make some comments.
and then we'll move down the list. Secretary Nick, please.
It is on. There we go. Well, good morning. And Dean, thank you for hosting this and moderating us. Great to join this panel today. I want to thank Ray and Brian and Kelly in particular for their leadership on this event. Ray, of course, was the first. Ray and I talk frequently, but Ray was the first to approach me about this. And then I have had conversations since with all three of them and the lead up to this. And what a great gathering of folks. And the topics certainly are critically important. And I remember talking at the time when we first were visiting about this is what can this do? What can this effort do? This gathering of people do to move us forward? You know, I'm thinking of in Iowa this time of year, we're sort of inundated with some presidential candidates that's starting, right? TV's already being taken over, and the concept is you're supposed to be thinking about the future then, right? In that context, you're thinking about the future. Where do we want to be next year? Where do we want to be in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? And what does it take to get there? The practical reality of agriculture is that we also have to think about the right now. There's a crop in the ground. We're reacting to the markets. We're reacting to the weather. The right now conditions that we have to deal with in the present, while also keeping our eyes, as I like to say, above the hood of the pickup, out there a little further on the horizon. And that's what these types of conversations can be about. How do we think about and envision and discuss and get aligned even on where we're going? But then what's the practical reality of getting there? What are the partnerships that you need? What's the basic research that you need? How do you incentivize that type of activity? How do we take Iowa from being a state that's certainly known for the commodity agriculture, we produce a lot of stuff, to being a place that is all about value-added agriculture and doing it in a sustainable fashion? I'm also reminded, just as I came from a meeting, we have a delegation in from Bavaria right now, very old and a large state within Germany, and members of their parliament and their department of their Ministry of Agriculture. And I had a great discussion with them. We had a great discussion about sustainability and markets and farming. And at the end, somebody said, doesn't sound like we're all that different, does it? and I think those of you who've had a chance to visit other countries and certainly other states as far and foreign as Ohio, even, Fred, know that it may seem like there's differences, but really we're very similar in desires and in the realities of what we need to do. So I'm thinking about all of those things in the context of this discussion. Where do we want to go? What's the practical reality of today? And then how do we get aligned across a lot of different perspectives and different positions within this great food and ag supply chain, this global food and ag supply chain? And how does that work really for everybody? And so that's why this is an exciting and a worthwhile conversation. So I'm happy to be here. And again, thanks, Dan, for explaining my quick exit. I'm going to try not to fall off the stage at 11:45 and just kind of tip out. But we do have the World Pork Expo going on. Really, truly, the entire pork world is in Des Moines right now, and that's as it should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. Please, Matt Russell.
All right, I have some props. So I not only am I the state executive director, I'm a 5th generation Iowa farmer. I grew up on a commodity farm in Cass County. I'm drew the short straw or the long straw, however you look at it. I'm helping my dad into retirement on that kind of 1,000-acre commodity farm, corn and soybeans and beef cattle, down to 240 acres of the family land that my dad and mom are still using for their retirement. And then I farm in Marion County. My husband and I farm on 110 acres. So grew up on a commodity farm, but now we're doing retail agriculture, high levels of stewardship, partnering with our customers, grass finished beef and produce. And I've been in Iowa doing, back in 1999, I moved back to the state. I've been in agricultural development leadership efforts to really lean into what the opportunities are in Iowa for farmers to lead what the world needs. So in this position, just really honored to be part of the Biden-Harris administration, working with 600 people across the state, delivering farm service agency programs, and we're hiring. So talk to me afterwards. But there's a real need for agricultural leaders in our rural communities. So I want to start with this prop. Anybody ever use one of these to pull a calf, change a tire, thaw out a waterer, fix a piece of equipment? Show of hands. It's a flashlight. Younger people don't know what this is. But right. But this was awesome in the 90s, right? And if you had this in hand, it was really important. But I don't use this. My dad loaned it to me. I said, "Hey, do you have one of those still?" And of course he did. But I use one of these. This is a headlight, flash LED. Anybody use one of these to pull a calf, change a tire, thaw water, fix a piece of equipment, right? Worlds of different between this technology and this technology. Anybody want to shout out, like, how did we get from here to here? Like, what were the things that made that happen? Anybody want to just space flight? Yep. Whole bunch of technology, innovation, right? Science, right? Yep. Anything else? Yep. Necessity, right? Lots of business investment, all that. But I would make the case that all of us in this room and Americans in general played one of the most significant roles in getting us from this to this. It's called smart government, right? We even had a case, back in the early 2010s where there was some pushback on getting rid of the incandescent light bulb to go into the LED technology, right? So this is not just fall off the log. This is pretty significant stuff to figure out. How do we unleash the power of smart government to get us to the future that does this? So think about conservation on our farms, right? 1990s, we had a lot of good stuff happening, but we're in this real transformational time where we're actually trying to link our conservation, not in this bucket, and production here, but link those two things together so that our ecosystem services, the circular economy, economy applied to agriculture, that those then become part of our production system, not aside from it, but built into it. And smart government, good public policy is going to play a really important role. And I just want to flag a couple things that I heard this morning, right? So solar on hog farms. The magic of the marketplace isn't enough, right? You're bumping up against smart public policy allows you to make that investment. And in a place where you can't make the investment, it's the policy that's the difference, right? So Matt hasn't talked yet, but if he doesn't, I've been involved with DMARC in my past life, and I know how hard they work on SNAP policy, right? Food assistance, right? So again, a really smart approach, delivering a high return on the public investment to the goal of people being fed. And then, touting my own horn a little bit with the Biden-Harris administration, the unleashing of the partnerships for climate smart commodities. And essentially the entire agricultural community coming to the table to say, let's participate. Let's unleash the power of farmers to help solve this problem. So that's what I'm hearing, what I'm excited about. We're in this huge agricultural revolution, and all of us in this room and how we shape public policy is going to drive the innovation faster or slower, and our success of our rural communities, our farmers, and literally how we move into 2050. Are we going to be in a hopeful future where we've solved a lot of these problems and we're living literally the best that humans have ever lived? Or are we going to be a time where there's a lot of conflict and scarcity? And in the next 10 to 15 years, Iowa farmers are going to be pivotal in figuring that out. And one of the most important pieces are, how are we as Americans leaning in to unleash the power of smart government to support that?
Great. Thank you so much. Jeff Plaguey, the Superintendent of Banking.
Yeah. So thank you. Appreciate being here today. I've been superintendent of banking for about 4 years. Before that, I was actually a banker for 40 plus years, CEO for about 25 of those until the governor called and decided to make my career change. So but I'm also a family farm kid. Grew up in Franklin County, Iowa. Have 2 brothers and 3 nephews and a niece that still farm up there. And so some of Dean's slides really resonated. I remember the moldboard plow, you know, as a kid growing up in the late 50s and 60s and early 70s on the farm, watching that transition of, you know, tilling a field 4 times before you actually planted a crop because you wanted it like a garden instead of a field. And then watching now my brothers and my nephews transition those things, watching customers transition those things over the years, and watching how it happens. And, you know, sometimes you would think when you go through periods of highly profitable times, that's when change will occur. And that is true in some cases, but in some cases, it's when people stay the course because, hey, it's really profitable times. Why would I want to mess this up? As opposed to sometimes when it's a little lean, people are more willing to look at changes in the operation. My interest in this, in the more scientific side of it, came when I started serving on a board with Ray Gasser, a bank board with Ray Gasser, and started seeing the different way of looking at these things as opposed to just kind of the year-to-year transitions you see with particular customers, and Chris as well. And so it's really been interesting to me to watch this. The presentations this morning were fascinating. You know, how you made those decisions, how you transition those decisions. Again, I watch it with my family farms. At the end of the day, you know, as many said, you know, I'm in the banking business, so we look at profitability, and, you know, that's what drives ultimately a lot of decisions in agriculture. And so finding ways to not only make it sustainable, but profitable at the same time is what will help lead the pack in the right direction. You know, having done this for so many years, I've watched the family succession, and, you know, trying to leave it better than you found it to start with, trying to leave something that is truly sustainable is part of my interest in this as well.
Thank you. Matt Unger, the CEO of the Des Moines Area Religious Council Food Warehouse.
And Matt, number 2 on your panel today. So just to tell you a little bit about DMARC and what we do, we are a food pantry network. So we have 15 permanently placed pantries across the metro area here in Des Moines. We have anywhere from 5 to 20 sites that we provide assistance to through a mobile program. And we do a home delivery program for folks who have transportation barriers or are homebound and can't make it out of the home. And through that work, in our last fiscal year, we provided assistance to about 45,000 unique individuals. So maybe they came once, maybe they came all 12 months, but unique individuals throughout the year. This year, we're looking at a 30% increase on that number. We're probably going to go past 56,000 unique individuals. We've had 13 consecutive months of record-breaking first-time visitors to our network, which is the scariest number of all the numbers that I can share with you. The past 3 consecutive months have been the busiest of that month in our 47-year history of doing food pantry work. So the struggle is real for those who are struggling. A couple things that I would connect to our work with the morning session. One big piece is on waste reduction. We do a lot around rescuing food. So from retailers that are, you know, going to have to move that food that would otherwise be sent to the garbage. We make sure that anything that is still wholesome and you know, can be eaten, we try to collect and get moved out to people so that that food's not going into our landfills. There's a whole host of good outputs from that work. The connection to data is really big. So our food pantry network is really built on 3 pillars. The first is providing a dignified experience that's as close to grocery shopping as we can make it in our pantries, because we know folks are facing, for a lot of them, you know, what might be one of the toughest days in their lives, kind of swallowing their pride and coming in to get that help. Second is a commitment to providing healthy foods. And I think this is a kind of a paradigm shift that's really happened over the last 10 years in the emergency food assistance world. You know, we had ingrained in our heads for so many years, everything has to be non-perishable food items, non-perishable food items. But that's really not how the system works anymore. We had done a study with Iowa State University that showed folks who were getting their food at pantries were facing 3 times the instances of diabetes as folks who weren't getting food from pantries. And a lot of it is that ingrainment and, you know, non-perishable food items, and things are in high sodium and, you know, fruit canned in syrups. And we didn't want to complicate the problems that the folks we were trying to assist were facing. So at that point, we really made a shift in what we were doing and focused on providing fresh produce, lean proteins, dairy when we can get it. I'll tell you, it's really hard for the emergency food system to come by dairy products. And we're buying a lot of those things. You know, we can get what we can get from the rescue, but it's not nearly enough. You know, we're talking about 56,000 unique individuals. It breaks down to about 1 in 5 Des Moines residents comes through our food pantry network, which Des Moines is not a small town. We would love to be able to connect with that more close to home, but we grow a lot of food. Food eats in Iowa, not as much food that people eat. So we're still having to get that. And so we're buying it from other states. We're buying it from other countries and sort of serving that need. The problem it creates is that it's completely unsustainable, and all we're doing is creating better Band-Aids. And I think I see some parallels between that and some of the changes that are happening and the way that farming is done. I will make a bad pun. We need to get to root causes. The way to solve food insecurity is not through providing people food. It's through changing the reasons they are facing food insecurity and the systems that led them into it in the first place. And so to be able to take a data-driven approach, which is the third pillar of our food pantry network, we collect data at our network to understand the circumstances people are facing so that we can go to policymakers. We can talk about things in the Farm Bill when we're talking on the SNAP side of things, to be able to show that data and show what the true circumstances are that people are facing and not some of the stereotypes that we hear. And having that data and changing those minds, it's as tricky as we were talking about with cover crops. You know, you have to get people bought in at a personal level on making those changes and believing that data before they're willing to do it. It almost has to be their idea. So again, you know, you look at the food system as sort of a puzzle. And I think of, you know, our agricultural system as the edges. We kind of understand that, and some of the picture pieces that we can grab those and put them out on the puzzle. And then I really feel like the emergency food system is sky and grass. You know, it's a lot of, oh man, where does this go? How do we fit these pieces in? What is this picture even being painted here? So excited to be a part of this panel, excited to learn what I'm learning today, and hopefully I can share a few tidbits with you all too.
Great, thank you. Matt Herman, who's the Senior Director for Renewable Products and Marketing with the Iowa Soybean Association.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, and thank you for giving me an invite to be here. I was actually not one of the founding members of this, the sustainability event here. It was only from Solutions to the Land. It was only in my interaction with Brian over the years and Ray and Ernie more recently that I was able to join this organization and work more closely. And it's been a fantastic experience so far. And I'm so excited about some of the material that I heard already this morning, both from Michigan State, but also from Dean and Jason this morning. My background before I joined the Iowa Soybean Association, I went to Iowa State. I'm a proud liberal arts and sciences graduate. I have a background in public policy, history, and biorenewable energy. And coming out of that, I went and worked at Renewable Energy Group in Ames for about 6 years, which was one of the largest biofuel producers. It was recently acquired by Chevron. So I think that gives you an indication of where this world is going. In that role, my job was to basically look at the life cycle carbon footprint of our products that we made and understand where were the emissions in our supply chain, whether we were processing soybean oil, canola oil, used cooking oil, animal fats, it didn't matter. But my job was to look at those models and understand where the emissions came from and the opportunities to reduce those, you know, while continuing to increase supplies of the raw materials that we're going to have if we're going to continue to displace petroleum. I think Shashi put a number up earlier of 102 million barrels a day. That is an incredible number that most people can't quite wrap their heads around. And that's 4.2 billion gallons or something. It's crazy, trillion gallons. So when I hear what Dean and Jason said this morning, and now in my role at the checkoff, I'm really excited about bringing kind of the technical background that I developed in industry, in academia, to the farmer, to the actual implementer of this that we need. And I felt that Dean and Jason's points both were at least what I took away, were right on. The need for logical, common sense policy, almost, technocrats that are really in there thinking about how do we create the most value in the system while minimizing the cost and capturing the externalities. But those have to be practical. I mean, we can't ask a farmer to go do the perfect, right? Because it just may not work in their system. And then do you kind of embed recalcitrance, right? Because they test something that's the perfect system on paper, but when it fails, I'll tell you, personal experience, I convinced my dad, who's been farming for his whole life, to grow cereal rye, and we didn't manage it right that spring. It's going to be a long time before I get him to grow cereal rye again. Right. And so those are the mistakes that we have to, we will make them, but we have to try to avoid them. And I would just wrap up by saying, I think the technology will continue to march forward. The scientists, the engineers, the innovators, we will continue to get the next LED. But the challenge that we have, in my mind, is much harder, much greater than that. And it's translating that innovation into something that a farmer and implementer can understand, practical, that's profitable. And I think that's really what I get excited about being as part of this group, and in my role at the Checkoff is, the whole agricultural value chain, as we've heard today, is looking to capitalize, if you will, on this tsunami of environmental value that's coming. It's already here. My role is to make sure, how do we keep as many of those dollars in the farmers' pockets? Because at the end of the day, they're taking all the risk, they're putting out all the capital, and they're spending all the time to do these things. So thank you, and I'm really looking forward to chatting about everything we heard here today.
Really great introductory remarks. Let me pose a question. Each of you can respond to it. It's really segueing off of your comments just now, Matt, and then you can respond to each other as well. So I'm going to take a little bit of a risk here. In the world of extension and outreach, we have often practiced the notion that there are early adopters, others will see them, and others will follow. There is some challenge to the early adopter theory that, in fact, if we focus only on early adopters, we're missing the opportunities to actually meet with people in the middle of that curve who are more and have greater scale. And so this is a question of scaling up. On the issues that you and your work focus on, what do you think are new ways or different ways to approach the issue of scale so that we can more rapidly push forward on these good ideas that we think will increase our levels of sustainability and circularity and regeneration in the agriculture and food system? So comment on scale, if you would, and how to move the ball forward. Looks like Secretary Naig's going to lead off.
I might start. That's a great question, right? And in so many ways, just the act of getting started is a challenging one, right? Many of you have heard me talk about this concept of the first people to say yes. Sean McMahon, you've heard me talk about this, right? The first time you say yes is hard. The first time you put a partnership together that requires legal counsel and accountants and elected officials, policymakers, people bought in, it's hard to get the first one done. But then subsequent agreements and partnerships, follow on to that. A good example, somebody just mentioned to me before we started, we just launched a new project with Ducks Unlimited. Actually, it's not new, it's an expansion of it. We started with a conversation in my office years ago that went something like, could we do something together? Well, we don't know. We think maybe. And then that went to, let's start doing something together. And so we went and worked on a wetland together. And now we just signed a 5-year, $7 million agreement where DU will be bringing actual boots to the ground and bringing private dollars to this conversation, right? That didn't just start. We didn't just go there from the beginning. You started with, let's do something together. And so you can play that out. I've heard countless farmer examples, which are the most important examples of folks who said, we started small, we tried this, we learned. Matt, you even said it, boy, that didn't go well, right? Oh gosh, never did that. I remember very distinctly, I was a deputy secretary at the time. I went to a field day. It was early on in our work to kind of roll out and explain the nutrient reduction strategy. I sat, it was a large room full of farmers, and somebody got up and they were talking about their experience with cover crops. And they said, we tried cover crops and it was a terrible idea. And I went, what is going on here? I about tackled him and took him off stage. And then proceeded to document and explain in detail, but then we tried this and that worked. And then we did this and that didn't work. And then this worked and this didn't, and this and this. That room was absolutely hanging on every word that that farmer said, because it was like as if to say, don't make my mistakes all over again, make your own. Or as one of our great conservation farmers, Mark Jackson, said a couple of years ago, and I always give him credit, I never made a mistake. There are just lots of things I don't do anymore. Try that one at home. And so I think that's the point, right? Is and I get what you're saying, Dean, about, if you just focus on the early adopters, well, you run out of space pretty quick, right? So what you try to do, and I think what we're trying to do is, I can't, through Iowa Department of Ag programs or through a program that we could do jointly or that the USDA could do, we can't cost share on every acre of cover crops that we need in the state of Iowa. Can't be done. You don't want government to be that big or to be investing that much that it takes to get 6-8 million acres of cover crops. Something else has to take hold. Now we can demonstrate and we can provide the incentives, the initiative to get going and give you that initial start, but over time, other things have to come into play. And that's where proving the benefits, then doing the work of extension and expanding that. And that's the hard work. But first you demonstrate, then you scale. And I think you can play it. You just have to play that out thousands of times. You have to do it in multiple areas. But I think that's our focus, certainly from my chair.
Yes, please. I'll build off of what you said, Secretary, incentivizing the future. I mean, that's really the key, right? Incentivizing the future. So how do we scale is with those incentives, right? We create an environment where the thing that the world needs is actually what the farmer is taking to the bank, right? So, example of this would be the great work that PFI and IDALS has done together, that then the federal government copied with the, good driver insurance thing on the subsidy for crop insurance, right?
That's so much better than saying a crop insurance discount.
Yep. So you're doing that well on your farm, and there's going to be an incentive there. So that's really important. And I would say, not necessarily to disagree, but just to lay out, we do basically on every acre of Iowa crop ground have a 60% crop subsidy for crop insurance. So we do have the ability to invest through public policy on every acre. I'm not advocating that we do that. I'm just saying that that idea of how do we use government to incentivize what we need to go forward, and we've done it in big ways, and we can continue to do it in big ways. And I think when we look at these conservation practices, that idea of going big is possible. I also want to just shift a little bit from early adopters, and I want to go back to Dean's presentation this morning. We definitely, all farmers, how do they adopt? Early adopters, middle adopters, late adopters, all of that's really, really important. But we also have to think about farmer as the innovator themselves. And I don't think we've done enough of thinking about that. And I see some real shifts. So for example, getting farmers involved with the Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities. I'll give myself one out. I think every single award has farmers in the mix at the field level participating. This is not a research project that's simply in academia. Farmers have to be involved at the field level. So that's a really interesting shift. But going back to Dean's presentation this morning, think about the dates. I think I heard like 2012, 13, 14, and we're less than 10 years from that. He's built an entire business with tens of thousands of acres, right? And I've heard agribusiness talk about how long it takes them to innovate. And I've just heard this, I could be hearing it wrong, but repeating what I've heard at different places, it takes 12 to 18 years to develop a seed trait, right? So making sure that we're focusing on the farmer themselves as one of the fastest, most cost-effective points of innovation. So accelerate the adaptation or the adoption of new technologies, but also unleashing the power of farmers themselves to be the innovators and making sure that we incentivize and reward them when they do.
Yeah, I'll add just a couple things to it, and I'll harken back to what I said in my opening remarks. I mean, and to exactly what Matt Russell and the secretary said, it's if we put the farmer in the center of this, they can be the catalyst for innovation. But what I see, my perspective is that so often I see these innovative companies in the climate smart space, they're coming to farmers telling them what to do. Another anecdote I see out of this is my mom was in town this weekend. She's a retired nurse. She was a nurse at the same hospital for 40 years. And she shared with me, you know, towards the end of her career, the best new employees are the ones that came in fresh out of med school, the doctors, and then look at the nurses that have been there 40 years and like, so what do I need to know? You know, because she was there, for example, feeding the baby the whiskey stick, right? Because when she started, that was what they were doing. But look how far it has come in those 40 years. And so I do think we just have to really be open to help these farmers scale up. You know, I will not be able to sit Ray down with my dad to help him talk about conservation. They are on two totally different ends of the spectrum. We've got to find somebody that's closer to my dad on that continuum, who's trying those cover crops to bring him up that continuum so that ultimately he's in a position to then talk to Ray.
We don't do family counseling here.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but the last thing I'd say on this is my perspective that I hear from farmers is the number one motivating factor, right, is profitability. And I don't fault them for that. They're running a business. And we really need to help them understand, and this will go back to Jason's point, the policy opportunities, the market opportunities to create that value. And we need to be very honest with them. And I will give a controversial take here on stage about this for us all to think about. But one of the, you know, and from my perspective, one of the biggest opportunities to drive demand, lower carbon opportunities is biofuels. You know, that's a lightning rod taken itself. But beyond that, with what Brian's doing on anaerobic digestion, that is a huge opportunity to put farms at the circular center of this and produce bioenergy. So if we have a rule from EPA that's coming down to saying, we're going to pay farmers big time money to turn crop residues, manure, everything into electricity to generate biofuel credits, I think that's something that we should be wide open and eye about. I'm not saying that we should take the first rule that EPA gives us, because in all honesty, the current rule was set up to give these credits to the automotive industry, and we fought hard back against that. But our fight was not, let's kill this opportunity, let's kill this market signal. Let's make sure the farmer who's investing the capital in these systems is the one generating the credit and ultimately setting the market price. And so those are things that we really have to get in there and be honest and have those conversations for those farmers about.
From you on how to reach more people in the system.
My whole game is decreasing scale. I want to see less people coming to our food pantry network. So I'm kind of on the flip side of the coin here. Where I'd like to see increased scale is in the way that we help people out of bad situations. You know, we've kind of demonized assistance programs for whatever reason. You know, it doesn't matter, but it's created both a chilling effect with those people who would use and benefit from them. It creates expensive offshoots in our society because they're not taking advantage of those programs. That creates more smaller buckets that they have to pull from for just meeting their basic human needs. So my perspective, you know, we gotta scale down the need of folks who are struggling. And how do we do that both through working together on strong farm bills so that we have a strong nutrition title and strong pieces in there for producers as well? How do we do it by, you know, advocating for things that don't necessarily tie directly to the work we're doing on a sort of linear level, but when you look at the tangents and you see all the connections that are there and all the societal impacts and all the potential business impacts as well, it takes looking, you know, it's the whole couldn't see the forest for the trees sort of adage. To be able to see that is very difficult because, again, you're dealing with these puzzle pieces that are just all white or all green, and it doesn't make sense to us. So that's where I'm at on scale.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
just
Yes,
gonna
please.
add, you know, listening to the comments, You know, people like to buy for their reasons as opposed to be sold for somebody else's reasons. And kind of to Matt's point of finding where people are at in their own operation and understanding that each one is going to be different is the way to convince them in the long run to try some of these things. Just throwing things at them over and over and because it applies to your operation doesn't necessarily apply to theirs. So it's just stepping back and looking where people are at and getting them to step 1, then step 2, step 3, not trying to push them to step 5 right out of the chute.
Great, thank you. I know Secretary Naig's going to have to leave in just a few moments, so let me give you, Mike, a chance to make a few last comments, and then we'll do some more questions.
You don't have any more questions for me? Yeah, and sorry about that. No, I think again, we need to be thinking about, again, how can we reach those who actually who we need to actually get on board, right? How do we I think about this great big supply chain. You know, Matt, you referenced how do farmers ultimately keep farmers in the center of this, right? I mean, and that's so true. The thing that worries me about this discussion in that sense is that you've got lots of who's got power and who's got leverage in the supply chain, right? Sellers versus buyers. If each buyer can look down the supply chain to the left and make demands, and that just cascades to the next, to the next, to the next, eventually that stops somewhere, right? Well, what's the crunch point? What's the place where who can't turn left in that supply chain and demand certain things? What's the farmer? And so this is, you know, again, the spirit of this conversation around how do we continue to make those things work? How do we bring new incentives and the use of that word in every way that you can, right? Yes, financial incentives, a marketplace, subsidies, yes, cost share, yes. Any manner that you can envision that word being used, and we need to expand how we think of incentives and financing things. Matt, I liked what you said, do big things, right? Or something like that, you know, the big deal, the big project, right? Let's continue to create the space, especially in the state of Iowa, where that kind of work can be done, where that kind of innovation can be pursued, where we can try big things, where we can do things that others aren't doing because we have the space where that can happen. But then ultimately it is about getting that to scale. And we flat out must reach more people. And that means all of us have a job to do. And so maybe that's how I would normally end a conversation around conservation. So I'll do that as I drop the mic and walk off stage. Is if you think you're here as a passive participant, think again. Every single one of us, in whatever role we're playing and whatever space we occupy in that supply chain, we have a role to play in this. And whatever you're currently doing, at whatever scale you're doing it, we need more of it. And I would also encourage, and we want to empower people. We want to ask people. We want to, in any way that we can, encourage people to do things together in partnerships in real ways that get real work done. And for our part, we're going to continue to want to be a part of those things and bring real resources to that as well in a sustained way. And that's the final piece is we have to keep our focus on this. And we have to do it over time. So thanks. Sorry I have to run, but appreciate it. You're in great hands here with the rest of the group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Naig. So one more question for me, and then we'll go to the audience. And that has to do about the longer time frame, succession planning. We invest in our soils. We invest in our equipment. We worry about small farms, family farms. There's consolidation in the industry. There's conversation all the time about how this form of enterprise is changing. And so I guess I would ask each of you, if you'd like to comment on that, how things change into the future, how we plan for that change. And Jeff, why don't you start?
Yeah. So this is a big topic in the banking industry, as it is with every industry. We have 235 banks in the state of Iowa, and the reason we don't have a lot more than that many times is because of lack of succession. We have a lot of family-owned banks in the state of Iowa, as many Midwest states do. And that is the same thing that we see on the family farms. You know, there's no greater sense of pride that I have with a customer that's seeing his or her son or daughter come into the operation, or a grandson or a granddaughter come into the operation, and the sustainability of that long term. Now, that just because they're there doesn't mean that it's sustainable, because they have to be ultimately part of the operation. As I was talking to Ron earlier, technology has allowed farmers to farm a lot longer. So a lot of times you still see the 75 and 80-year-old dad driving the tractor, and that's fine if they like doing that. But if they're still making all the decisions, that doesn't make for a sustainable operation over the time. And so, not only bringing that next generation into the farm, but actually engaging them in the process of making those decisions, making the power. And a lot of times they're going to come with the new ideas. They don't come to the table with new capital. The capital resides with the current operator, but you have to be open to utilize that capital potentially in other ways to give them the path that they want to take in the operation to make it, in their mind, also sustainable, to try new things. So it's an important conversation. And for the people in my age group that are still farming, it's if you're bringing somebody into the operation, whether it's family or non-family, it's a critical conversation to have on the front end, and to be willing to sit back and listen to those ideas and hopefully engage in those. I love Dean's three-time rule, because I've seen it a lot of times where somebody will try a cover crop one year, it's a dry year and it doesn't happen, done with that, never going to try that again. And so it's not only the sustainability of the farm itself, but the sustainability of some of those ideas to give them a true chance to work.
That's great. Please, others.
So I mentioned it, but this is an opportunity of a lifetime to be in the position that I'm in. I caught myself saying I never dreamed I could be in a position like this, and actually I dreamed about it all the time. I just never thought it would be real, right? Just a farm kid from Anita, Iowa, but I get to drive around the state, and it's emotional for me sometimes. I get to sit down with our ag leaders in our county offices and have real conversations with folks delivering billions of dollars to Iowa farmers. I get to drive on a weekly basis all over the state, all throughout the year, seeing all the seasons, seeing what's happening on the land. And I grew up in a small town, in a community where the schools got consolidated kind of just as I was leaving, and we were fighting for our sports teams, So I've lived rural Iowa. I love it. This is emotional for me. And as I'm driving around, I think about what are the big problems the world's facing? And I would argue that in the top 10 are 5 really important challenges: food, feeding our population; energy, how do we power; environmental services in general, water quality, biodiversity, that whole thing; and then the granddaddy, the climate change stuff, right? And then migration, right? In all these conflicts, people moving around the world. And then I step back and I think, the state that I get to drive around, right? There is no place on the planet that's better capable of hitting those 5 challenges, because we have amazing land, right? There's a handful of places on the planet that are similar, right? But no place better, and only a couple spots that are equal, right? So our land is amazing. And while it's changing, we still have a climate that is amazing for growing stuff, right? So what we can do managing living systems in this state is hands down one of the most unique places and opportunities to overcome challenges and leverage opportunities. But the most important thing about Iowa is our people: agribusiness, farmers, communities, top flight global research institutions, right? All of that is just really, really critical to leverage those opportunities. And migration, right? We are a state of immigrants. And when you think about where people are moving from, and I sit down with ag groups who are partnering with new Iowans in the industry of agriculture. So when you think about what's the future look like, the most important thing is, how are we unleashing the power of new leadership, new Iowans, new farmers, diversity, on the landscape in terms of what we're growing. The difference between getting to 2050 in a world that is better than it is today, or a world that's seriously more challenged than it is today, there's no place more important than this state and the people that are doing agriculture now and the people we need to get into agriculture. So that's what I'm excited about the future. But it's happening not 10 years, 20 years from now, right now for the next 20 years.
I want to take off on one thing that Matt said, and it's going to sound like I'm picking on him, but I've known Matt a long time. I'm not. I know what he knows and where he's at. As it relates to the feeding problem, which I absolutely agree. I remember sitting at then Pioneer in 2015, listening to a stat that has stuck with me forever since then, that in the next 10 years to feed the world, we're going to have to produce as much food as we have in the history of the world. But I disagree with that. We already saw earlier this morning, a third of the food being produced is being wasted. That's a lot of food. We're not going to get through the food problem by producing more food. We can't produce our way out of it. We have to look at the other issues that are driving people needing food and why they're not able to get it. It's not that there's not enough food available for people to eat. It's that they can't buy it, they can't access it, it's not available to them. So we have to shift the way we think that we can simply we'll just grow more food. It's not possible. Because even of that food that we grow, a third of that's going to be wasted too. So we have to change our thinking a little bit around just thinking that this is a production thing, because it's well beyond that.
Just to quickly say, I think you asked about the handover, right? The changeover in these farms. And I think naturally farmers are set up in a good place to help build conservation naturally into their strategy. One of my first meetings I had with my board of directors, I'm sure I was a little wet behind the ears, and I said something and a farmer quit back, Matt, we don't think about sustainability year to year. We think about it generationally. And it really did hit me, right? Because they're thinking about that lineage, that next person, hopefully it's a family member. And so of course, in their mind, they naturally want to be making those decisions, leaving that land in a place better than it was where they started. But at the same time, to Jeff's point, if it's the 80-year-old driving the tractor or making the decisions, are they still in the position to know kind of what is the best science, what is the best technical advice to actually accomplish that? And so to me, that's one huge, it's an opportunity and a challenge within itself, as to farmers naturally want to be able to protect that land and increase value and make sure that it's there for the future generations. But at what point do we make sure that they're getting the right advice from that family member? And to me, that comes back to, it's a social problem. It's tough. And then finally, just taking it back one step from a market perspective, one challenge that I see cropping up in this is so much of our environmental market, from my perspective right now in agriculture, is related to soil organic carbon. And that then ties back to the land and that acre and who owns it. And there is some ownership and contract issues that we have maybe not all quite sorted out. And that's a much more difficult nut to crack. And I would argue maybe one we're spending an inordinate amount of time thinking about. I think I could make an argument here today that we would be much better served as an agricultural community thinking about things like nitrogen and emissions from that rather than SOC. Not to say that soil organics is not important, but if we look at kind of where we at in the climate transition, drawdowns versus carbon removals, I would argue that NOx is a much bigger issue. And it's one that is not as sticky from an environmental standpoint or from a contracting and selling standpoint to deal with.
Great, thank you. So we do have a couple minutes, not too many, but questions from the audience. Yeah.
Great, thanks. This has been really great. And thank you, Dean Dan, for that shout out to Diffusion of Innovations perspective as a rural sociologist. I endorse that. And so I'm going to I have a question that's based on the scaling up. I'm sorry, you talked about the innovators and the early adopters who really represent maybe 10%, if that, of farmers. And so then we start talking about the early majority and late majority, which are about 90% of farmers. And the question is, how do we help them to scale up. I'm part of a USDA funded project called Diverse Corn Belt. We're looking at diversification among farmers. We're doing focus group with farmers, large scale farmers, small scale farmers, fruit and veg farmers, asking them what are the obstacles to diversification and other sort of sustainable practices. And one of the things they come up with is risk. And we've talked about profitability, risk to revenue. And so my question to the group, and Matt Russell already talked about it a little bit, referencing crop insurance, how can we de-risk the innovation, the diversification, all of these things that we're talking about here? Because that's really what's happening is farmers are afraid to jump out of the status quo. They complain about the status quo. They don't want to be there. They're locked in. How do we help them get out?
Great question. Thank you. Please, panel.
I'll just quickly say I've seen from my side on the marketing side, I think I've seen some innovative business models that are trying to help farmers get out there and do these things and de-risk those activities. Of course, it's helping the private company at the end of the supply chain who's off taking it. But for example, as we've seen a number of companies out there trying to grow alternative oil seeds, second crop or winter cover crop like covercress, carinata, et cetera. The way that those folks have largely been approaching that market is they're going out and selling the seed to the farmer and guaranteeing an offtake against a normal reference price. So that farmer is pretty well hedged and protected, and they know what they're going to make. And then that also has some advantages to the private company because then they know what their offtakes are and their supply and how much they can aggregate to crush and process, et cetera. Now, the challenge with that, of course, is it's a really complicated contracting structure that can chew up a whole lot of working capital. So it takes some serious innovation within that value chain. And just, in that specific example, it worked because the ultimate person at the end of the value chain was an oil company. And the amount of money we were talking about, they just lifted up their couch cushions and shook it out and they found it. But that's not going to work for, say, scaling cereal rye unless we have somebody else similar at the end of that market. But to me, it's innovative market design.
And so Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act last year. We're starting to implement that. And, ballpark, we're looking at $20 billion for conservation investments. And it's not just same old conservation investment stuff. It's trying to integrate production and stewardship and potentially ecosystem services and things, and thinking really creatively. And a big chunk of that is hiring people, right? Because it does. So to your question, how do you de-risk it? It's human capital, right? It's capital, financial capital. It takes dollars to do this. Farmers aren't out there just making decisions based on that they're, uneducated or risk averse. They're making rational economic decisions in what sometimes is an irrational economic environment, right? So putting the dollars there is going to be helpful, and linking that to people so that we have people in the system. I mentioned FSA's hiring, but NRCS is hiring as well. And there's additional dollars that for contractors, right? So this is the public, private. It is a huge deal to be delivering this $20 billion. And I think it gets to your point, Jay, is a big part of that is reducing the risk for innovation and accelerating the innovation for those who want to do it.
One example I'd give from my world of maybe even a little bit different way of looking at it too, within the SNAP program, are people familiar well enough with SNAP? So it's the old food stamp program. There's a program called Double Up Food Bucks. And so it's an incentive program on the consumer side that for every dollar they spend on fruits and vegetables, fresh fruits and vegetables, they will be given another dollar back to buy more fruits and vegetables. So it's one way we can help build markets for, fruit and vegetable producers that isn't direct assistance to them, but by assisting the consumers who would buy those products definitely benefits them as well. So what I'm talking about, it's not always looking through the sort of tunnel that you see. It might be something tangential that has a benefit to you as well.
One more question from the group. Last question between you and lunch.
Dean, can I just make one more comment? I mean, one of the other things that I think a lot about on this topic is kind of the two challenges that I see out front. One is farmers being able to keep pace and afford the technology that's coming at the system, which is huge. But then also the vast amount of data that spews out of all that technology, of being able to sort it out and actually get to what really matters to them and their operation, and have the capabilities and the talent on the farm or with a partner to be able to analyze it, to do that. And the other thing that really concerns me, a lot of the terms used today, they get so politicized these days, and how we collectively can keep these things from becoming so politicized and keep to the facts of what it's doing, the sustainability of it, as opposed to the politics behind it, which can go both ways in a lot of different times. So I think that is going to be an ultimate challenge as well.
Real wisdom as we enter primary season. Yeah.
What's the health of our rural banks, our financial, we've heard lots of headlines about the other banks going down, but how about our banks?
Yeah, so pre Silicon Valley Bank, I was doing about 2 speeches a month, and now I'm doing about 6. So people seem to be interested in banking these days. And the context of my speeches are exactly to your point, Lynn, is Iowa community banks are not Silicon Valley. They're not Signature. They're not First Republic. These were banks that were very specialized in the technology. These were banks that were mostly funded by non-core deposits. And so when big shifts came in rates, they had big shifts in their liquidity to the point where it buried them almost instantly. The average of those 3 banks was like 85 to 90% uninsured deposits was their funding base. The average Iowa bank is 17%. And it's not specific to any industry. It's counties, it's cities, it's individual customers, individual farmers. So it's just an entirely different environment. And every industry has the outliers. These were outliers in the play. Now it will have an impact because every crisis creates new regulations and rules, and those come downstream, whether they're intended to or not. But we're working hard to make sure that people really, and we saw no deposit outflow from our Iowa community banks. There's virtually none, which really speaks to the relationship side of community banks and their customers, and understanding that they weren't a Silicon Valley. So we haven't seen that. Deposit competition is another entire story from a rate standpoint. But thank you for the question, Lynn.
Okay, let's thank our panel, please. Okay, I'll give it back to Ernie. Thank you so much.
So our next speaker is Sean McMahon from the Iowa Ag Water Alliance, and he's done such great work and really doing a lot of the things that we've been promoting for a long time, and helping us clean our water and protect our soil and all those other good things. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Ray. Really appreciate it. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here today on behalf of not only the Iowa Agriculture Water Alliance and our founding members, Iowa Corn, Iowa Pork, and the Iowa Soybean Association, but also on behalf of the more than 350 partners working to implement the Iowa Nutrient Reduction Strategy, many of whom are in the room with us today. And as we reflect on the first decade of implementing the Iowa Nutrient Reduction Strategy, the defining decade, there's a lot to be proud of, thanks to all the partners in the room here and many others. And for those of you who weren't aware, we just celebrated the 10th anniversary of the Nutrient Reduction Strategy just over a week ago on Memorial Day, May 29th. So one thing that's important to note is in the last decade, Iowa has become the national leader in increasing the rate of cover crop adoption. When we started the Nutrient Reduction Strategy a decade ago, according to some estimates, there were as few as 10,000 acres of cover crops in Iowa. Now we have 3 million acres. So according to USDA, Iowa has actually had the fastest rate of increase in cover crops in the nation. Iowa is also the national leader in conservation tillage. 7 out of every 10 acres of row crops are either in no-till, strip till, or some other form of conservation tillage. And looking just at Iowa farmers' use of no-till, That's expanded from 6.2 million acres in 2010 to 9.5 million acres in 2021, according to Iowa State. So we've made a lot of progress on those practices that reduce phosphorus loss. In fact, since the Dust Bowl, Iowa farmers have been implementing more practices. They've been heeding the calls of the Natural Resources Conservation Service, and before that, it was Hugh Hammond Bennett and the Soil Conservation Service. And Iowa farmers have reduced soil erosion by roughly a third since 1980. And Iowa leads the nation in terraces, buffers, and grass waterways. In fact, we have almost implemented the non-point phosphorus reduction goal in the nutrient reduction strategy in the first decade of implementing the nutrient reduction strategy. That goal is 29%. By some calculations, we're at about 27%. And we're going to achieve that goal in the next decade. However, that doesn't mean that we're going to slow our work on reducing soil erosion and phosphorus loss. In fact, quite the opposite. The very ambitious goals of the nutrient reduction strategy were designed to reduce the spatial extent of Gulf hypoxia, or the dead zone. And of course, as you're reducing phosphorus and nitrogen, that will be able to reduce that spatial extent in the brackish and salty waters of the Gulf of Mexico. But phosphorus is still the primary resource concern for Iowa's freshwater lakes. And many of our lakes have much higher targets for phosphorus reduction than the nutrient reduction strategy goals. So we're still going to be hard at work scaling up those practices that reduce our soil loss. In recent years, phosphorus loading in Iowa streams has been declining by about 2% per year. We need to continue that work in order to restore Iowa's lakes. When it comes to nitrogen, we still have our work cut out for us. In fact, we have a very, very long ways to go. But we know what we need to do to reduce our nitrogen losses. In fact, we've invented nitrogen loss reducing practices right here in Iowa. Practices like bioreactors, saturated buffers, prairie strips that are extremely effective at reducing nitrogen loss. We had a 650% year-over-year average increase in bioreactors and saturated buffers in recent years. And the cumulative number of acres treated by edge-of-field practices has increased almost 200 times between 2011 and 2021, according to Iowa State. And that doesn't even include the more recent progress in the last year and a half for scaling up bioreactors and saturated buffers, in large part thanks to a new model called batch and build. And I see Keegan Colt is here. One of Keegan's close partners is Charlie Schaefer with AgriDrain. And Charlie is credited with this concept behind the batch and build. As part of the Conservation Infrastructure Initiative that IAWA and IDALS co-led, which was an effort to see how can we get the private sector more engaged in implementing the nutrient reduction strategies, so we're not only relying on public sector cost share, but we're also harnessing economic drivers to improve water quality and market-based solutions. Charlie had this concept that we need to get away from doing these very important nitrogen reducing practices one at a time and one landowner at a time when it's so time consuming, particularly working with NRCS. And, oftentimes it can take 2 years to get these practices on the ground. So Charlie thought, what if we have a single fiscal agent and we work to batch 1 or 2 dozen or more of these at the same time? Then we can really get to scale. So Charlie pitched that idea to Polk County, to the Soil and Water Conservation District and the commissioners, and they have been leading the charge ever since. And they brought a few new innovations to the table, including a $1,000 construction easement per tile drain treated. They borrowed some innovations from elsewhere, including handwritten letters or envelopes to landowners to get the response to increase. Polk County used to do one saturated buffer or bioreactor per year. They just recently announced that they did 100 of those in the last 18 months. So this is really demonstrating the power of this new approach in that scale. Polk County has been expanding that to Dallas and Story counties, more recently to Boone. Other partners like IDALS, the city of Cedar Rapids, Heartland Co-op are expanding it to the upper Cedar, the middle Cedar, the lower Cedar watershed. IAWA will be working with the Great Outdoors Foundation and ICON to expand that model throughout the North Raccoon and Des Moines River watershed. So while we've seen a big acceleration of these practices in the last 2 years, it's going to be even faster in terms of accelerating that rate of adoption. So not so surprisingly, Iowa leads the nation in adoption of bioreactors and saturated buffers and nutrient treatment wetlands. Secretary Nag with IDALS has been a big part of increasing that. IDALS helped to pioneer the CREP nutrient treatment wetlands design along with Iowa State. And we're now seeing wetlands restored at a record pace. IDALS used to do about 5 wetlands per year. Now they're doing 30 to 40. And there's 70 different restored wetlands in the works right now. Because of the increased dedicated funds to expanding water quality wetlands, the cumulative number of acres treated by wetlands has grown from just 2,500 acres in 2011 to 139,000 in 2021, according to Iowa State. And that doesn't even capture the even bigger uptake that represents 2022. Fertilizer management has also been a major component of the progress we've made in the first decade of implementing the nutrient reduction strategy, as more and more farmers are adopting the 4 R's of nutrient stewardship: the right form of fertilizer applied in the right place within a field at the right time and the right rate. In Iowa, most commercial or synthetic nitrogen applied to corn acres now happens in the spring, which limits environmental losses. It wasn't too many years ago when the overwhelming majority of synthetic nitrogen was applied in the fall. So that's a huge difference. Of the acres today where synthetic nitrogen is still applied in the fall, 86% is put on with a nitrogen inhibitor. So of course, that's reducing nitrate leaching and nitrous oxide emissions. And corn growers in general have increased their fertilizer use efficiency for NPK by over 100% since 1980. Are we done making fertilizer use efficiency improvements? Absolutely not, but there has been substantial progress in the last decade. And then looking at cost share from state programs, from federal programs, that has continued to grow in support of the Iowa nutrient reduction strategy. And it climbed even higher to record levels last year. And with that cost share, of course, comes increased investment from farmers and landowners that are matching those federal and state dollars. Now, the nutrient reduction strategy is, of course, a public-private partnership as well as an urban-rural partnership. And the Department of Natural Resources has been leading the efforts on the point source side, and there have been substantial reductions there. From 2015 to 2021, the number of point source facilities meeting their nitrogen load reduction targets improved from just 10 to 47. During that same period, 2015 to 2021, the number of point source facilities meeting their phosphorus load reductions improved from just 3 to 23. And 63 municipal and industrial wastewater treatment plants have committed to constructing upgrades to remove nutrients. So it's not just the farmers working to reduce the non-point runoff. We have a great partnership with our urban partners in cities and in manufacturing. So those are just a few of the highlights of the first decade of implementing the Iowa nutrient reduction strategy. But there are a lot of reasons to be optimistic about the next decade. And of course, the Iowa Smart Agriculture Initiative with its systems approach and regenerative agriculture, some of the innovations you heard about this morning has a lot to do with that. One really bright spot I'm particularly excited about is conservation agronomists. This is a new model and a new position. And I would offer this as one of the answers to Dean Dan's question about how do we scale up? So as we heard from Matt Russell and others, we have early adopters and innovators, but we also have middle adopters and late adopters. That diffusion of innovation theory was created by an Ohio State, or should I say the Ohio State, Fred, a professor by the name of Everett Rogers. But he was actually studying Iowa farmers and the uptake of hybrids here in Iowa. And of course, when it comes to conservation, NRCS and prior to that, the Soil Conservation Society, they've already been reaching farmers for many decades, and that can be represented as the innovators and the early adopters. But to Dean Dan's question, how do we get to those middle adopters and late adopters? Well, this new model of conservation agronomist represents a great vehicle to do that. A few years ago, the Iowa Agriculture Water Alliance partnered with Agribusiness Association of Iowa and Agriculture's Clean Water Alliance to co-convene focus groups from the ag retail sector. So we had a number of ag retail executives, CEOs and vice presidents of agronomy, and we had a number of certified crop advisors and sales agronomists. And some of the concerns that were expressed in the last panel, particularly from Matt and when he referenced his dad and the cover crops, were expressed by these certified crop advisors. Also their bosses, the VPs of agronomy. They pointed out that cover crops is really not a lucrative business line. There's a very thin margin there. And they didn't want to risk losing their customers and those more lucrative business lines that had to do with fertilizer sales and management services and crop protection products and services for a tiny little increase in profit potentially for cover crops. Because of course, if those farmers aren't receiving good technical assistance, there's a risk that they'll have yield drag, that they'll make rookie mistakes, like not having a termination plan ahead of corn, or not using enough starter nitrogen with corn, or perhaps not setting the planter pressure high enough to penetrate that dense mat of cover crops that helps with crop protection. So what we found out from the ag retail sector in those focus groups is that they want to deliver more conservation, but they're lacking the expertise. So how do they get that expertise? You could have a neutral third party like the Iowa Soybean Association providing that expertise, or you could embed it within the ag retailer. And that's how this concept of the conservation agronomist was born, with the idea that ideally you start with a sales agronomist or a certified crop advisor, and then get them trained up on various conservation practices, cover crops, no-till, conservation tillage, edge of field practices. And then those farmers will be able to engage their farmer customers and enroll them in cost share practices. And better yet, they'll be able to train enough of their farmer-facing colleagues, the other agronomists, to get them up to speed on conservation practices so they can start that conservation conversation and then do the handoff. And then those customers can be enrolled. So it's kind of like a force multiplier effect. So 5 years ago, we had 0 conservation agronomists in Iowa or anywhere else. This is a brand new model. Today, we have 8. Within a year from now, we'll have at least 12. And many of the partners in this room are working on securing funding to get even more. But we have companies like Heartland Co-op leading the way. They've got 3 conservation agronomists. The Iowa Soybean Association has been leading the way in helping to plant these conservation agronomists in additional ag retailers. So CFE, Ag State, Lynn Co-op, New, Nutrien, Landis, those are just a few of the ag retailers that have adopted this model. And IAWA has helped to raise over $1 million in the last few years to get more conservation agronomists on the ground. But we're going to double down on that very effective strategy in the coming years, which leverages farmers' relationships with their most trusted advisors, their agronomists, to deliver more conservation. So we're essentially creating effectively a private sector conservation delivery force by partnering with the ag retail sector. Improved fertilizer management will continue to be a major priority in the next decade of implementing the nutrient reduction strategy. And I am so excited for the innovations coming out of Iowa State through the Iowa Nitrogen Initiative. They are using supercomputers and artificial intelligence and forecasting and hindcasting to develop what will be globally leading nitrogen recommendations for Iowa farmers. And of course, that's going to improve farmer profitability while reducing environmental losses in terms of nitrate leaching and reducing nitrous oxide emissions. There's also very exciting research coming out of Iowa State regarding residue management. Not so surprisingly, as we've seen corn yields increase so much over the last few decades, on average 2 bushels per acre per year. What else has happened during that period? Well, a whole lot more corn residue, to the tune of 100 pounds dry matter per acre per year increase. So even at 220 bushels, and I know I'm looking at some of the farmers who have much higher yield aspirations than that, that will wind up bringing about 5.4 tons of corn residue. Of course, as the yields go higher, the residue goes higher. So as the farmers in this room know, there have been a lot of operability and management headaches that come with that. When the residue gets wet, the soils don't dry as quickly. You can't get into and they're colder. You can't get into plant when you want. So Iowa State has found that somewhat counterintuitively, as you remove the residue, you actually are improving opportunities for increasing nitrogen cycling, so you don't have to apply as much nitrogen. By removing a third to a half of the residue, we can get back to the amount of residue we had with the yields we had way back in the 1990s. Of course, we're going to have less of that residue getting wet, and we'll have less nitrate leaching and less nitrous oxide emissions as a result. So I believe Iowa State in the future will be pairing nitrogen recommendations with residue management recommendations. And we have more companies that are sourcing residue from farmers, whether it's Stein Seed or Verbio, Circularity 2. There'll be more and more markets in Iowa to purchase that residue. So that's a great example of the circularity and systems approach that's evidenced in your Iowa Smart Agriculture report. And of course, in the next decade, thanks to recent legislation, we know we will have record levels of federal funding for conservation. And we heard Matt Russell talk about that. The Inflation Reduction Act alone is providing $19 billion for climate smart agriculture. USDA recently provided $3 billion for the Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities. And private investments will continue to climb through farmer cost share, landowner investments in agribusinesses to keep pace with that. One example of a climate smart commodity project I'd like to highlight is the Horizon 2 partnership led by Raceline Alternative Energy. And we've got Will Higgins here in the room representing Raceline. And Brian Sievers, Will's colleague, had a lot to do with this Iowa Smart Agriculture report. And their boss, Rudy Raceline, also had a lot to do with this partnership. He's been partnering with Lisa Schulte Moore for nearly a decade. But Rudy has this amazing vision of how can we scale up methane digesters. But very importantly, with a unique innovation, we're not going to use 100% manure. We're going to use substrate from plants, from reconstructed prairie, from cover crops. So Rudy's vision is to leverage this project to drive adoption of 30 million acres of reconstructed prairie and another 100 million acres of cover crops. So that will drive adoption of prairie strips, which Lisa and her team helped to create over a decade ago. And I could talk for a long time about prairie strips. It's my favorite conservation practice, but it has disproportionate benefits for both water quality and habitat. I'm sure Lisa will be around the rest of the day if you want to talk to her about it. But some of the highlights are that it reduces runoff and soil erosion by 95 and 90% respectively, and it reduces phosphorus and nitrogen loading by 78 and 70% respectively, while increasing habitat for Iowa's native bird species, pollinators like monarch butterflies, and beneficial insects. So we're looking at ways to scale up prairie strips, and that gets to some of the things that Bruno was talking about, using that subfield scale profitability analysis to identify the acres within a field that, in his words, are unstable. I would say that lose money most years. And let's take those out of production and put them into prairie strips, and in fact get paid quite handsomely through cost share or a CRP rental rate in the meanwhile. The Regional Conservation Partnership Program is another program that we know will increase in the next decade, thanks in part to the Inflation Reduction Act funding. So for those of you who aren't familiar with RCPP, this was first created in the 2014 Farm Bill with two objectives. How do we target Farm Bill financial assistance to priority watersheds and landscapes? And how do we usher in a new era of public-private partnerships? And I can say we have done that to great effect here in Iowa. Iowa leads the nation in funding through that program, the RCPP program. We're number 2 in the number of projects for RCPP, trailing only California, but I'm satisfied to let them have the most projects. We get the most money. We at the Iowa Agriculture Water Alliance are on a mission to ensure that Iowa farmers get more than their fair share of federal funding for conservation, and the RCPP has been one way to deliver that. Thanks to many of the partners in this room, we have the largest RCPP project in the nation, a $100 million project that IAWA co-leads with IDALS, called the Midwest Agriculture Water Quality Partnership. And we've already improved conservation on more than 4 million acres, thanks to our partners' efforts there. We also have a $33 million Iowa Systems approach to conservation drainage, and that is really scaling up our edge of field practices. A couple of the highlights this morning give even more reason for optimism. Shashi talked about the importance of market payments for ecosystem services and carbon markets as we transition to a net zero emissions economy. There are about 20 carbon platforms in the country. 2 of them that I'm aware of provide farmers with payments not only for carbon, but also water quality. The Ecosystem Service Markets Consortium and the Soil and Water Outcomes Fund, which was created here in Iowa by the Iowa Soybean Association. Bruno mentioned the very promising technological advances for things like variable rate technology, precision ag, subfield scale profitability analysis, digital ag, hyperspectral soil sensing, and remote sensing. These advances will improve resource use efficiency, farmer profitability, and environmental outcomes. Iowa had amazing visionary leadership a decade ago when Secretary Bill Northey, Dean Winterstein, and Director Gipp created the Iowa Nutrient Reduction Strategy. And we have steadfast, determined leadership now in Secretary Nag, Dean Robeson, and Director Lyon, who are tirelessly working to implement the Iowa Nutrient Reduction Strategy, along with more than 350 partners. Iowa is now leading the nation in numerous conservation practices and overall efforts to improve water quality. But we recognize that we have so much more to do, and we won't stop until we have at least 12 million acres of cover crops, 120,000 saturated buffers and bioreactors, and another 7,000 wetlands. and the goals of the Iowa Nutrient Reduction Strategy are fully implemented. We want to recognize the tremendous progress that we've made in the defining decade of nutrient reduction strategy implementation, a decade defined by collaboration, partnerships, innovation, investment, momentum, strategy, and progress on improving water quality. But we're committed to making even more progress in the next decade of implementing the Iowa Nutrient Reduction Strategy. The best is yet to come. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sean. And next up is Kevin Reynolds. And he is the first gentleman in Iowa, but we think of him as a conservationist because that's been his whole career. And, he was within our first group at our place when we started the whole Iowa Smart Agriculture discussion. And welcome, and thanks for being here. I know you're on the schedule.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, I went to the first one, but it totally scared me off. This is way over my head. I was just curious, how many in the audience is an active farmer? Okay, that's good. Because, solving a lot of these problems is easy. It's getting the people to be able to do them and make money doing them. That's the hard part. But as far as cover crops, I actually do cover crops at Terrace Hill in my garden. I've been doing them for the last 3 years and been no-tilling it, and it's actually been working pretty slick. Yeah. Monty, the groundskeeper, keeps wanting to come in and tell us, and no, just leave it alone. I'll take care of it. And so right now my sweet corn's about a little over knee high, so it's doing real well. First, it's an honor to be with you here at the Iowa Smart Ag Conference or Forum. A lot of these topics are hard topics, and there's a lot of ways you can solve it, but none of them are going to be easy. And for every individual, it's going to be different. And farming, the price of land and what have you all know, it's just hard to get into, and it's hard to make things work. And technology just goes crazy. It's kind of like cell phones. You have this equipment that's great, and then 2 or 3 years later, there's something else, but it costs a lot of money. And my son-in-law, they farm. I help them harvest. That's where I do most of my farming. I get to drive the grain cart. Which is amazing. It's ginormous compared to back when I grew up. So as far as growing up, I grew up on a small farm in southern Iowa. We primarily raised hogs. That was our cash flow. And then we had cattle. That was the big check to pay for the big things. And most of our land was hay, and I picked up a lot of hay. Pasture, and then we rotated the hay into corn about every 6 or 7 years to reestablish the alfalfa, and of course that's what we fed our hogs. After I left the farm, I went to Iowa State, graduated in 1980 with a degree in agronomy, and then I spent the rest of my career working for the U.S. Department of Agriculture in the Soil Conservation Service, or SCS. At first, which was later changed to NRCS, or Natural Resource Conservation Service, which many of you know what it is. The name was changed because our mission was also changed to include not only soil erosion, but soil health, water quality, air quality, nutrient management, and probably several other resource concerns, which I don't remember because I've been retired since 2017. And a lot of that stuff I've forgotten. So what makes Iowa a great state depends on maintaining the soil health and improving water quality. From our leading agriculture industry and intergenerational family farms to our thriving small towns and growing metro areas. None of this would be the same without Iowa farmers and conservationists throughout Iowa, dedicated to preserving the natural resources under their care, so our children and grandchildren can enjoy them too. And I have 11 grandchildren. That's a big responsibility and one that makes continuing to care for our crops and livestock well worth it. But it can also be challenging. I want to thank you for taking up this challenge so our rural communities can continue to thrive. Back in 2018, the state of Iowa established a long-term dedicated funding source for water quality that grows over time. In fact, it was the first bill my wife signed into law as the governor of Iowa. She often says how proud she is of that accomplishment, and I'm pretty proud of her for getting that done. Then in 2021, she signed a 10-year extension of that legislation and made a historic investment of $100 million to keep the building on Iowa's strong record. Put it together and you have a transformational investment that will help Iowa world-class farmers, landowners, and professionals like everyone in this room take conservation efforts to the next level. With that, I want to thank you again for being here and for everything you do for Iowa agriculture. And don't want to drag it on any longer than that because I know lunch is next on the menu. So thank you.
Kelly, you're up.
Okay, well, I definitely don't want to delay lunch any longer. So my name is Kelly Blair. I farm in North Central Iowa with my husband and 2 kids. And after lunch, we're going to break out into different groups to talk about priority building blocks of what's next. Like the dean had said, this is a process, not a thing. So it is a process. We would love to have you stick around after lunch. It's pretty important that we all partner up, talk about these things, and really see what our path forward is. So stick around. If you have the sheets were in as you came in, but there is risk management. Those folks will be going with Ray. Innovation, you'll be coming with me. Diversification, Lois will be facilitating, and payment for ecosystem services will go with Ernie. So we'll break out into those. I think we're gonna reconvene at 1:15 instead of 1 o'clock. Like Ray said, we adapt. So go eat. All right. How was lunch, everybody? Good stuff? Good stuff. It was good. I don't think anyone's ready to be done yet. No. Okay. I don't know if everyone's noticed or not, but there is an extra camera running around here. If you do not feel comfortable being on camera and would like to opt out, please see Nadia in the back and let her know. So otherwise, you all have beautiful faces, so it's fine. So like I said, we gave a extra 5 minutes for eating. There was a lot of food and it was delicious. But again, we are going to break out into our sessions. We're going to go till probably 2 o'clock now. And so if you were with the risk management group or want to go, it is self-selection. So try to keep it even if we can. But risk management is with Ray in the Ruan room, which is just across the hall here. Innovation is with me. We'll be in the mural room downstairs. So if you want to nap, probably the place to go. Diversification is with Lois, and they'll be in the art gallery, which is upstairs. There is an elevator as well. Or if you want to walk off lunch, you can go up the stairs. And then payment for ecosystem services is with Ernie, and then it'll also be upstairs in the boardroom. So let's have a good discussion and we'll come back here around 2 o'clock. All right. I don't think everyone's back. I don't think everyone's back, but we got to move on to keep on time. So Ray, are you going to report? No. Who's going to report for your group? Jamie is. Awesome. I now know how to get into our computer. So.
Do you want me to just stand?
Yeah, whatever you want. Sure.
All right, so we were group one, digging into risk management. And first things that we talked about, just some of the areas that we could start to focus on were certainly capital, access to capital, and the idea that lenders certainly need to be careful with risks and understand the risks, but also understand that farmers are looking at innovating and want to explore innovations. So how can they work together on accessing capital, but also being able to manage some of those risks. Crop insurance was a lot of our conversation, and other types of insurance, needing to look at accessing different types for different types of agricultural production systems. Also centered a lot around education and education for students so that they understand as they move into agriculture, the types of insurance products that are available to help them manage risks. Potentially classes or certifications when they're taking out loans. Can't blame anybody but myself for these notes. Not a lot of appetite though from lenders for investing in certain types of changes to the system, such as solar or other decisions to help manage different risks on the farm related to climate change. And so need for concrete numbers for the lenders so that they can better assess those risks and help to provide more capital for some of those investments. So there's a big need for concrete numbers around that for them to work with. Or perhaps general risk management assessment that's standardized. Education on balancing current practices and systems with innovation. So helping farmers think through that process of knowing how many acres can you afford to innovate, and how many should really stay in that standard system that's working well. So helping for education on balancing that innovation with keeping some things the same. And then kind of moving into number two, what are some of the most important things to work on? So definitely, education for everyone in the ag industry, lenders, producers, input suppliers. Crop insurance, we discussed many ways to maybe modify current crop insurance, potentially some qualifiers. So different tiers within the crop insurance program. So not requiring conservation, but maybe with certain qualifiers being able to access different tiers at different cost levels. So giving farmers access if they apply certain practices on their land. Let's see. That would also reward folks that have been applying those practices for a long time that often get left out of some of the current financial incentives. Big need or a big role for government would be to standardize how we measure carbon and other ecosystem services so that the playing field is level across the board for everyone. And then another educational opportunity, analyzing opportunities for the inset and offset markets. For example, do you sell pork and carbon credits or low carbon pork? So helping farmers to think through those opportunities that are available now, what's maybe on the horizon to help them position themselves for the best opportunities. So Ray, anything I missed? Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we had innovation, and I will say we initially came into the room wondering, what are we talking about for innovation? Are we talking about for farmers? Are we talking about for stakeholders? What kind of innovations are we talking about? So initially, right off the bat, we went all over the board, which is fine. We talked about a lot of what Jamie said, a support system, education group, peer groups. We talked about crop insurance and what role does that play? We talked about diversification of, animal agriculture. So we kind of just bled into all the other topics as well. I think going back, we should have broken up into different like farmer groups, stakeholder groups, because we talked about a lot of things. And anybody in my group, if they want to stand up and say something, please feel free to. what else? Communications with landlords and how landlords play a role in being innovative on your farm, whether you rent or you own, how that plays a role in what you can try. And then we talked about really the relationship to the landowner as well. If it's cash rent, if it's crop share, if it's flex lease, if it's, there's a whole bunch of different things. And another thing that was talked about with that is, what about a tax credit? Like they had the beginning farmer tax credit for landowners to incentivize folks to work with younger farmers. What about a conservation tax credit to incentivize landowners to work with folks that do a little more conservation? We talked about CRP and and how we feel about CRP. And we didn't get too far into the next two questions, but Dean Robeson talked about a team competition to develop innovative ideas and how he was going to take it back to his students in this type of thing and take it back to them. And then we also talked about, is there a lack of innovation or is there a lack of adoption or both? So we're going to need to delve more into a lot of these questions, but we had a really good conversation. We needed more time, but I think this is a good start to conversations moving forward. So Lois, who's reporting for your group? All right, Megan. Extraordinary.
Thank you, Kelly. Oh, sure. I'm too short to stand behind this thing. Nobody can see me. All right. We were with the diversification group. And so what was interesting is that Lois had us all kind of talk about why we were in that session in particular to start with. Responses were varied, but it was really interesting, right? From maybe the sociological standpoint of that so many farmers are interested in diversification, but they have so many outward constraints on them that are perhaps keeping them from doing it, to pest or disease management, increasing cash flows on the farm itself, maybe increasing a community focus on sustainability, just a lot of really cool interest. And so the first question was, what needs to happen to stimulate greater diversification in farm outputs? And of course, farmers feel locked into a corn and soybean system. So like everyone else, we also discussed crop insurance as a potential opportunity, but also a barrier to some of the diversification. And so the words innovation insurance were thrown out. I appreciated that someone said alfalfa is practically a specialty crop in Iowa. I thought that was interesting. It is considered a specialty crop from an insurance standpoint, yes. And then enforcing rules that are already in place to support conservation should be able to help with diversification on the farm itself. Farmers need to have a market for their crop. That's probably one of the biggest ones that we discussed, is that sure, Iowa's not a great place to grow certain species, but we do have a lot of opportunity to diversify the crops that we have on the landscape. Education came up as well, from the perspective of perhaps educating from the farmer level up, as well as education down from maybe the university level or other groups to help people understand the benefit of diversification and how to actually implement it on the landscape. What's most important and what do we need to be working on now? The group identified market development as the most important piece to this. And the last question was who was currently working on the priorities or who would like to be involved. And so we pinpointed groups like commodity groups, educational organizations like Iowa State, corporations, government needs to be a part of this. There's a lot of opportunity there, as well as perhaps some of our, I refer to them as ag-related groups like perhaps Ducks Unlimited, right? There's a lot of opportunity for some synergies there where they have an interest in conservation, and so do we. All right, that's all. Okay.
Appreciate it. All right. Payment for ecosystem services with Ernie's group. Ernie, are you reporting?
Yeah, diversity, no, I'm payment for ecosystem services.
We just did diversification.
You want to do that now?
You're up. We just did. diversification.
It might. I'm too busy taking notes. I apologize. Ernie Shea with Solutions in the Land, and Jay Harmon and I, excuse me, moderated, helped facilitate the conversation about payments for ecosystem services. And the question that our group was asked to answer was quite simple, was what has to happen for the value of ecosystem service delivery to be monetized across the entire value chain, starting with farmers? Well, I'm happy to report we've completely answered that question, and the report that we're going to give out will satisfy any and all concerns. Obviously, a tongue-in-cheek response there. This is a very complicated subject matter. This is a new frontier, relatively new for agriculture. And we are, I think our group concluded, in the early stages of even understanding these markets, let alone helping further streamline and improve them. So it's complicated, it's immature. There are communities of interest that are not exactly coming from the same place. So we have the providers of the ecosystem services, the producers, we have the buyers of the ecosystem services, we have the verifiers in the middle, we have the government agencies that establish ground rules and guardrails, and trying to figure out how all this comes together in the context of not one ecosystem service, but multiple ecosystem services is a pretty massive undertaking. So we spent a lot of our time talking about carbon markets because they're perhaps farther along in terms of evolving and showing up. But our group said we can't be carbon centric because there are other high value ecosystem services that we're delivering now that we're not being compensated for, that we could and should be. So we need to be anticipating the fact that these, I don't know what the right word is, are going to be stackable, integrated, delivered in a way that they're harmonized, that they are reported in a way that minimizes the overly complicated reporting requirements that could come about if we were managing in silos. Our group was quite diverse in age and makeup and background. We had retired farmers. We had an FFA student who gave us one of the more important insights of the day, and that was, let's be patient. We need to do this right, not do it now. And I was particularly struck by that because they're going to be in it for the long haul, and they don't want to be dealing with something that was rushed through that may not provide them with the market certainty that they need going forward. So thank you for that contribution. We then kind of went all over the place and talked about the need for properly designed and structured and implemented monitoring, measuring, reporting, verification protocols. So the MMRV world. And there's a lot of work on this space, particularly in carbon. But again, we need to be able to monitor and verify, report across all ecosystem services, and we need more work in that space. We talked about some of the protocols for an effective market mechanism. And what I heard from the farmers were things that I don't necessarily hear from those that are structuring the markets today. The world that we're in right now is an early stage. It was described as the Wild West of carbon markets. And a lot of the rules of the road are being structured by the verifiers in the middle. But when we asked the farmers in the room, what do they need? They said they needed incentives to keep producing the outcomes that the world wants. They want and expect a fair price. They said there has to be greater transparency in how these markets work. They said that we need to take a systems approach, and that we had to have confidence in the system. And I thought that was particularly important. If they don't have confidence in the market mechanisms that are available, If they don't feel they're being fairly compensated, then why are they going to step in and really go to the extra mile? So getting the markets structured right was a big part of what we talked about. And the farmer voices were front and center in our room. They talked about the importance of both simplicity and flexibility. It was pointed out that from year to year, decade to decade, things change on the farm. And if a producer doesn't have the flexibility to adjust and adapt to these changes and they're locked into a rigid program, then that's going to curtail interest and participation. We spent a little bit of time talking about who actually owns the land that these credits, these services are being delivered from. And we pointed, the group pointed out that there is a high level already in the state of absentee landlord ownership. And it's only probably going to increase because over the next several years, the next generation of farmers will be increasingly retiring, and that percentage of absentee landowners is likely to go up. So finding a way to make sure that those that own the land, those that manage the land, are compensated in a fair and equitable way. What else? Harmonization. We touched on this concept that's continually a Gordian knot to crack of permanence and additionality, and how should those dimensions be structured so that there's flexibility yet certainty. It's not black or white is what I was hearing in the room, and we need to be able to structure these ecosystem service markets in a way that gives the buyer confidence but gives the producer of the ecosystem services flexibility. So this was a flash 30-minute quick exercise, and we used this afternoon specifically for that, to road test these questions that you were asked to answer. And this, as Kelly will talk in a little bit, is the beginning of this conversation. We're going to be doing more of this. So we wanted to have a sense of, A, do we have the right subjects? B, do we have the right questions? Because we're here to listen. This is what this day is about. So Kelly, apologize for being out of sequence or wasn't paying attention to my turn, but that's, I think, what we came up with. And Jay, wherever Jay is, Jay, anything else to add? Okay. So Kelly, I'll turn it back to you.
All right. I think that was a good session. Like you said, it was a flash, but again, we're not here to tell anybody how to farm, what to do, but to listen, to gain information and to move forward. So with that, I'd like to welcome Lisa Schulte-Moore up to give us kind of a wrap up of the day and what she heard and what stands out. So. She did. Yeah, thank you, Kelly. And thank you, Kelly, Ray, Ernie, Brian, though he's not here, though I heard this morning went well, so that's great, for planning this session. It's really fantastic and just so meaningful and impactful to have this conversation about the future of agriculture in this space, right? The World Food Prize. It's a real honor for me to be asked to give the report at the end of the session. I have to admit that as I was sitting here and taking copious notes, I literally over the last 2 days have about 100 pages worth of notes. It's been really a rich, fun, vibrant discussion. I was like, why did I say yes to the hardest job of all? Oh my gosh, Ray, you are so persuasive. And so as I was looking through my copious notes, I thought, well, I either one, have to ask for more time, or two, just give up and say, this is not possible. And then I remembered that I'm a professor. And if I'm a professor, that means that you all are my students. And whenever it comes to the classroom and we have really dynamic conversations where we all share a part of the knowledge, right? In those situations, I give the mic to my students because there's absolutely no way that I myself can try to encompass the diversity of thought, the diversity of perspective, the depth of knowledge in the classroom. So the way that we're going to do this report is, because I was dumb enough to say yes to being the rapporteur, is that you're all going to help me. What I'm going to do is we're going to move this microphone around the room. And I would like for you to just ponder a bit, about the things that you learned in today's discussion. Really fabulous speakers and panelists. For those of you that were able to join us yesterday on the tour, the amazing things that we learned, the innovative things we learned, and sometimes the sobering things we learned. For example, the trip to the food pantry. I want you to reflect on those things. And then, because I also am someone that likes to stick to the time, we're going to do this quickly. So in 5 words or less, I would like for you all to share with us all one thing that that makes you excited about the future of agriculture that you learned over the last 2 days. So do you think you all can do that? One thing you learned over the last 2 days that makes you excited about the future in agriculture. And the other reason that we're doing this is because I was just looking around the room not too long ago and I saw that my friend Bob and Kelly's husband were falling asleep. And so this should wake you up. All right. So Kent, I'm going to start with you and stand up as you share your one thing.
I thought the presentation this morning about circular agriculture systems and, it's having seen technologies and innovations that take a long time to be accepted. It's nice to see that people are embracing this and they're seeing the applications of it to their own. I think it's very relevant to this discussion.
That was fantastic, but you weren't listening to the professor. I said 5 words or less. No, thank you for being my guinea pig. That was great. And I'm going to just pass this around. So Ron.
Okay, this has been a topic we've been working on for a long time, decades. I was impressed by the recent progress, the acceleration of progress. I hope the acceleration continues.
When we work together, we all benefit.
Nice, very nice.
That the farmer has to be the center.
New age of data, the challenge is making it accessible and usable to the farmer.
Is this being graded? I was really impressed with the producer panel. I'm amazed at the intellectual capacity that's out there and the opportunity for innovation coming from the grassroots.
I thought RoBio was really cool. So biofuels, that's my word.
The importance of thinking about what's locking us into the status quo.
Opportunities for circular systems.
The people here.
Innovation and improvement.
The general public has no idea what's going on in agriculture and needs lots of education.
I'll quote the secretary, let's do something together.
Unintended consequences of policy can be quite devastating.
Readiness for the next renaissance of agriculture.
The importance that this conversation will continue until we actually get something done and not just talk about it.
Ideas for turning vicious cycles into virtuous circles.
Payments for ecosystem services.
Lots of work for students.
Farmers are innovators and we need to listen to them more and give them opportunity.
listening to all the different diverse people who were here.
Continued education helps make changes.
Our ag village is growing.
All the technologies in ag and that are going to come.
Knowledge of and harmonization of benefits.
Transdisciplinary partnerships to achieve results.
Openness to new ideas.
Many challenges, many opportunities.
Don't sell yourself short. You're doing great.
Farmer ingenuity leads the way.
Crop insurance has a lot of potential to help us solve some of our problems.
Get to be the last one. We are the world. Do we all want to sing it? Come on. Let's know the lyrics.
Where's Mark? Mark? Which is Mark? Okay.
Change is hard and it takes a village.
Bruno's admonition to not legitimize inappropriate uses of land through technology.
Smart government is the key to our preferred future.
Like changing stripes on a chameleon.
All right, back here.
That a little known group of people in Iowa are working on a very difficult problem, and all the people who don't know it are very appreciative, even though they can't see it yet.
Great. Awesome. And the cameraman, you're not off the hook. Nobody's off the hook in my class.
For me, it's all about people, and with willing spirit, a lot can be achieved.
Nice. Great. Did we get everybody? Our agricultural future is bright. And the reason it's bright is because we have the knowledge and passion and will of people that are right here in this room making it bright. We have the farmers innovating. We have scientists collecting data and helping inform that innovation. We have businesses that are willing to take risks. We have government officials that are willing to be smart with programs. We have policymakers that are designing better new programs in the future. We have educators that are willing to bring students here and make them a part of this conversation. Our future is bright because we are all here coming together to listen and learn in respectful dialogue. And together, we are, let's see, and we're having the kind of conversations that we need to have because the public in general has no clue about what the future could be. And it's up to us to now take this dialogue out and tell all our friends, tell all of our relatives, tell people that we don't even know on the street about how the future of agriculture is bright. Thank you for making it so. And I think it's back to Ray or Kelly or Ernie.
So this is, I think it's been a great day and really appreciate you all being here and all the input you gave to us. And we're not going to stop. You know, we want to keep going, and we want your help and advice to move this thing forward and to help us make a difference for agriculture, for Iowa and our communities and our families. And that's what it's all about. And you know, Chris was here and he had to go home, but our next generation on our farm, we owe it to them. You know, we owe them the opportunities. And Chris and Shannon, you know, we didn't give them money, but we gave them opportunities. And now I'm giving them responsibilities too, since I'm almost retired. So there, and, you know, and Oh, well, kind of almost. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Farmers never retire. But anyway, thank you all for being here. And we want you to help and we want your input and we want to keep going with this. And we're planning on it. We're not going to give up, are we?
No, like Ray said, we appreciate you all being here. We know that just like a drop in a lake, there's a ripple effect. So we'd love it if you talk to others about what we're doing and we can all come together and keep continuing to work on it, like Ray said. Bernie, anything else?
So just maybe a little bit more clarity on the next step. This was the sharing of the report and an initial gathering up of ideas. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, it's the first of several of these sessions we're going to have. So thanks to our partners at Iowa State, Dan Robeson, and our extension partners, we're now going to be, over the course of the next summer and into the fall, holding listening sessions around the state at a more local level so that we can, from the ground up, listen to what producers are doing, listening to what their challenges are, listening to what their needs are, and then bringing that into this evergreen document of the Iowa Smart Agriculture Report and fashioning roadmaps, plural, to take us to the place where we want to go. So this is a continuous work in progress almost, at least over the next year, to gather up and process and adjust what was put together in the white paper. But we would extend an invitation to any of the partners that work with us to do the same thing. We want to be sure that the private sector value chain partners are invested in this exploration, as our farmers, as our extension partners, as our conservation partners, our government partners. So this is a multi-sector, cross-boundary, integrated exploration of a better future. And I think we're here today, and it was brought up in a number of your reactions, celebrating all the good that is happening in Iowa. And let's not forget that. As we're beat up over challenges, let's put into perspective the continuous improvement path that we've been on and recognize that there's a lot of great work that's been done. But you've also said we can't stop now, and we have more work to be done. And we have to work smarter. We have to be more efficient. We have to be picking up the pace, because the challenges that the state faces, the nation faces, the world faces are growing exponentially. And we've chosen to use the Global Sustainable Development Goals as our target, our North Star. Those are big, big goals: ending hunger, solving the climate crisis, improving quality of life, improving water quality. You look at those 17 goals, they are extremely ambitious. And the world leaders said we're going to achieve them by the year 2030. Well, we may fall a little short, but we can be directionally correct and be working towards that. So think about that from the standpoint of Iowa and how Iowa agriculture in its next renaissance can be recognized, celebrated, valued, compensated for delivering the outcomes that this very, very progressive state has, and how we can share this leadership, this knowledge with other states across the country. So our not-for-profit, Solutions from the Land, that Ray and Lois are board members of, and I have the privilege of helping to support, is working to replicate what you're doing here in Iowa across the country. And we, as was mentioned this morning, are in about 8 states right now. And I can say with the highest degree of confidence that you are at the front of the pack of farmer, value partner, academic, government leaders teaming up to take an honest assessment of where we are today, set your sights on a better place, and work to build a roadmap to get there. So what we're going to commit to do is to continue to support you in this ongoing work here in Iowa, but invite and challenge you to get out of Iowa and show what you're doing in other parts of the country where they need leadership from the type of partnerships that's represented in the room. So from my perspective, thank you to all of our Iowa partners. This is a marathon journey. This isn't a sprint. This isn't a flip a switch. We figured it out. This is how do we continue to do better? So with that, thank you for coming, and we'll look forward to our next convening. So for those of you that, and I would point out, we've finished 10 minutes early, which is always nice. But for those of you that have not had a chance to stay and take a look at and tour the World Food Prize Hall of Laureates, we have that opportunity set up for you beginning at 3 o'clock. And I know I'm looking at the World Food Prize team outside. I think their plan is to have folks stationed on different floors to help explain what each area of the building is used for. So please, if you have not stayed, if you've not been here before, take the time to walk around and look. This is an amazing, amazing place. And we're so fortunate that we're able to hold this gathering here because it's certainly in alignment with the importance of the topic of the day. So thank everyone again.